भेजी है लिंक, वो देख। जो लिंक मैंने भेजी ना वो देखो। साइड क्या चल रहा है ना? हाँ ये excuse me, this camera is on, we want that camera and give me the mic, एकदम mic test कर लेते हैं। एक बार मैं इधर के कब आता हूँ, ठीक है? यही कैमरा है ना? इधर देखना। हेलो हेलो, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, नहीं आ ही नहीं रहा, ऐसे कैसे दिखा? बहुत ठीक है। And hearing that? चल रहा है। 15-20 seconds delay. Okay, this camera is camera number. Do we have a number on this? Mic मतलब आवाज़ ठीक आ रही है? आवाज़ ठीक है?
नॉइज है हाँ 20 सेकेंड डिले इज गुड बट
नॉइज
नॉइज आ रही है
नॉइज हेलो 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 1 2 3 4 5 टेस्ट टेस्ट स्टार्ट। अनुराग सर कहाँ पे हैं?
किस चीज़ की बात
गिव मी अनदर माइक। हेलो हेलो
Which camera
हेलो
live streaming is?
हेलो
No, you will not.
हेलो
Live
हेलो
streaming will happen from there.
हेलो
It will not shift. Fix it.
हेलो
Live streaming will be
हेलो
from there.
हेलो
If required,
हेलो
if somebody from the audience is speaking,
हेलो भैया,
move the camera.
एक्सक्यूज मी,
It will not keep on shifting.
podium also,
Right?
turn on the podium mic, okay?
Once
I'm
we
testing
have
it.
the IT on, then you will just shift the camera
हेलो
like this
हेलो
towards the door. Right?
हेलो,
So this camera will only capture
लाइव में आ रही है?
this. You will only keep on moving that.
डिले चल रहा है ना, मेरे ख्याल से कर दिया उन्होंने। एलईडी गई, उनको बोलिए एलईडी गई। हेलो हेलो, आवाज़ आ रही है? पर क्या पोडियम की आवाज़ आ रही है? हेलो हेलो ठीक है। और मैं फ़ोन चार्ज पूरे
इसकी यहाँ पे अब स्पीकर से ही आ रही है यहाँ पे, तो इट्स नॉट ऑन लाइव. हेलो हेलो.
ये देखो कितनी तेज आवाज
बहुत स्लो आ रही है.
आवाज नहीं नहीं आप अच्छा. आगे नहीं आवाज. ठीक है. ओके.
That would be like in brightest. This is probably the need of the hour when children know that they can work at their own pace.
सेल्फ लर्निंग कि किस तरीके से वो स्टेप बाय स्टेप अपने आप को इम्प्रूव कर रहा है वो देख सकता है.
The thing which I feel best, the cycle which was told in the seminar. I find that this side of a curriculum would be really great for my children.
It focuses more on their personalized analysis, their diagnostic.
Obviously focuses on what you're actually weak at, like at the precise point.
For me, it is questions and initiatives.
This app has adaptive learning and provides questionnaire for students.
आगे रिकमेंड करता हूँ और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग इसको समाज में आगे बढ़ाएं.
I have, seen my son, prepare very closely for JEE, so I've been a part of his journey. From my perspective, the challenges which a student face, one is the enormous syllabus which a student has to cover. He has to cover both 11 and 12, and he has to juggle also his board exam. So it's like a Herculean task for a child. The second challenge is, it is all about relative performance. It is not about your own performance. While you might be doing very well in isolation, you don't know where you stand when you're actually appearing the exam with all your peers. And both these issues or challenges have been very beautifully addressed in Q&I. In Q&I, we have a planner. So where a student can very nicely plan his schedule. So he can, prepare for a topic, give the exam, see where he stands. If required, he can repeat that topic. That is one part of it. Second is, with Q&I, we have a feature called as IQ matrix, wherein a child gets to understand where he's doing well or the topics where he needs to actually strengthen himself. So that itself, again, complements the entire preparation process. The other part, what I talked about, is about relative performance. So this also has been addressed in Q&I. We have a student roadmap. So a student exactly understands where he stands among
come to know that are there certain areas which are common to all the students where they're weak or they're not able to perform well. And based upon that input, then we design our content. Then we come out with a question bank or we come out with any kind of a help so that students are able to clear their weak areas and fill the gaps which are there in the knowledge and move ahead. This is not possible by any single teacher to do all this. So this is how AI is helping immensely to understand each and every student.
So before designing any product, we try to understand why we are building and then what we are building. So we have to be very clear about why we are taking up any project or any product feature that or any offering for that matter. We just spend a lot of time on deciding why and the what's, and that involves a lot of surveys and researchers and talking to people who are actually going to use our product. You just don't build it for today, you build it for tomorrow. You have to have that whole roadmap in front of you before you actually begin with the process of designing the first draft of it. And then we get into the process of designing the launch and the features that will go into it, and every team what tasks they are going to take. And then we come up with a strategy and go out into the market, and then the next step is to evaluate how the product is doing in the market. The other important aspect of it after releasing a product is to understand, get the feedback and make the necessary changes so that it is actually usable.
Getting started on Q&I. Preparing for competitive exams can be challenging, but we're here to change that forever. Introducing current level of readiness for the final exam. It also helps our unique assessment-led learning platform craft a personalized learning journey for you. To proceed, simply click on Attempt Now. Now read the instructions carefully and click on Take Test to start. On Q&I, testing is easy and seamless. To see how, let's take a closer look at the test panel. On the top, you'll see the section-wise number of questions. Under it, you'll find your question panel. This countdown bar shows the average time that other students take to respond to a question. You can skip a question by clicking on this arrow. Once you select the answer that you think is correct, you have three options. You can save your answer and move to the next question, save your answer and mark it for review, too. You'll be able to see which questions you've marked out in the summary panel. Over here, you can also see how much time you've got left to complete the test. From this panel, you can go back to any This panel
कि उस एग्जाम को बहुत देंगे कि तुमने एक क्वेश्चन को करने के लिए इतने मिनट लिए हैं और तुम्हारा आइडियल टाइम ये होना चाहिए कि तुम 1 मिनट में एक क्वेश्चन करो। और बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस होंगे जहां पे तुम 30 सेकंड्स के अंदर उस क्वेश्चन को कर सकते हो।
तो हमारी सबसे पहले अहम जो समस्या है वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्यूटर या पर्सनलाइज्ड टीचर। इससे बेहतर चीज और क्या हो सकती है, क्योंकि वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्यूटर है और बच्चे की हर एक समस्या और हर एक स्ट्रेंथ को समझ रहा है। उसके लिए एक पर्सनलाइज्ड लर्निंग जर्नी बना के बड़ी समस्या का समाधान है। देखो, हम जिन समस्याओं से जूझ रहे हैं उनमें से रोड लर्निंग एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है और हमने Q&I में उस समस्या को बड़े ही आसान तरीके से सुलझाया है। हम बच्चों को कॉन्सेप्ट का ज्ञान ज्यादा देने की कोशिश करते हैं। एक बार जब बच्चा कॉन्सेप्ट समझ लेता है तो वो दुनिया के किसी भी सवाल को बड़े आसानी से जवाब दे पाता है, चाहे वो MCQ हो या फिर डिस्क्रिप्टिव आंसर्स हो। अगर उसको पता है कि वो कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है तो लिख के आना या ABC और D के तहत उसको चूज करना उसको उतना ही आसान लगता है। तो इस रोट लर्निंग की समस्या को सुलझाना हमारे लिए बहुत अहम था और हम बड़े गर्व से के साथ कह सकते हैं कि Q&I ने उस समस्या को सुलझाया है।
I would love to answer this question, Yes, Q&I definitely helped him a lot. When I initially subscribed for Q&I, he was not very convinced. He was already enrolled with a very reputed coaching institute. So when I suggested Q&I, when I subscribed and I asked him that why don't you use Q&I, he was very reluctant because he also had enrolled to another leading coaching institute's online program. So he was, more than happy to use that online platform. So when I suggested, he was kind of reluctant. So I kind of persuaded him and then he tried using it. Within a span of 1 week, that scene completely changed. I could see him using Q&I as the only platform for his preparation. It was not my pushing, but he saw the benefits. And as you know, children have their own opinion. They will not go by what you say. He used it, he got the results that he wanted. And I, as a parent also, I didn't know how his preparation journey was going. But once he started using Q&I, I would also log in, go to the analytics dashboard, see how many tests he's taken, what are the performance parameters. It was kind of like a win-win situation for both of us. And I wish I could have my son here to say that, but he did, tell me that, Mama, thank you for getting Q&I for me.
I'm Abha Sharma from Gokulam High School and Junior College. I'm taking maths in 12th standard and I hope my students will take benefit from this session.
My name is Sia Dalal. My name is Sara Mishra.
My name is Aditya Raj Pandam.
Hello, my name is Ashwin Pai.
I definitely think that this platform is really good. It'll help us to understand that at which part specifically I'm lacking. I'll not waste my time by doing the whole chapter again, which I think I'm not doing properly. I would definitely recommend it to my friends.
I like this app because I can know where I am weak, so I can practice more and more papers. I can know where I am standing.
The main problems which I am currently facing are, I have all the solutions in the app. So it's indeed a great app, so I will for sure use it.
The aspect which I liked about Q&I is that you can start wherever you are in your journey. It doesn't depend on if you're in 11th or if you're in 12th.
My Myself Nilesh Vinayak Pevekar, parent of Gargi Nilesh Pevekar. I really like the session of Q&I. I really feel that this particular platform will give the IIT and NEET aspirants a brief details as to where they are lacking and what they need to concentrate on, and their SWOT analysis like strength, weakness, opportunities, and the hurdles which they are facing for their studies. I will obviously recommend it to my friends and the students who are trying to go for NEET and JEE. Also, as a parent, I feel that the package is also very reasonable.
I'm Dr. Vikeshwar, Principal Doon International School, Jammu. I'm very proud and honored to be a part of such an event that has been organized by Q&I organization. I extend my heartiest congratulations and generous gratitude to the founder and CEO of Q&I, Mr. Vinay Singh, and his team for organizing such a great event where almost all incredible intellectuals of Jammu and across Jammu, they were brought together under one roof. Basically, this event was about transformational leadership, which is the need of the hour. And as we all know, that education sector is changing with a fast pace, and we all need to transform ourselves and our initiatives to keep a pace with it. So basically, Q&I is an organization which is providing some kind of solutions for all of us, where they have some customized and tailored, structured learning strategies for everyone. As we all know that all children are unique in their own sense, and it is not possible to have one size fits all kind of a thing. That's the gone days that we all used to teach in the same way.
Hi everyone, it's Rajesh Rathore, advisor Jammu Saudya, as well as Principal, GK Public School, Gujwani. It's my absolute pleasure attending this event today, organized by Q&I. Wonderfully, they brought all the edu leaders of Jammu together under one roof, and it was a pleasure attending the entire session. So I feel panel discussion on the topic transformation leadership in this digital age that must have added new dimensions to the understanding and the perception of edu leaders here. It's need of the hour. We must have a brainstorming session how to equip and empower our students for all the future needs. So that way, I'm sure that after the discussion and attending the entire program, edu leaders will leave this venue taking so many takeaways with them.
What we have started out with is a test preparation segment, need-based learning or assessment-based learning as you can call it. But we want to turn into an edtech company that offers holistic learning to the child. We don't want to be confined to a particular exam as such, but be a part of the entire learning process. Make it more participative, make it more collaborative. We're cutting edge technology basically to actually take it to the next level, make learning more enjoyable and more tangible in terms of the outcomes that come through it, and that is what the vision for Q&I is.
I am a grade 10 student. I have already figured out that I'll be appearing for NEET exam. How should I go about it?
First of all, congratulations for such a clarity at a class 10th stage. Now, as far as preparation is concerned, Neha, what I feel is this is again an examination. Only difference is earlier you competing within 25 to 30 or 35 students of your class, here you competing at a much larger scale. So the way you go for examination in your regular classroom, similarly you have to go here also. Only thing is, I believe few important points are, first of all, making a plan. So make a timetable which you can follow, and timetable which is giving you breathers. Exactly. Timetable where you have time to enjoy yourself also and you're studying also. So I would say making a timetable, being organized, planning the right kind of a study material, which books you should follow, selecting the mentors.
It's extremely important. Right mentor as early as possible.
I think consistency is the key.
For any competitive exam, not only NEET, JEE, any competitive exam, it's cumulative study that adds on. I believe every day whatever you study will result in success, not studying towards the end or near to the exam.
My name is Aryan Agarwal and I'm 17 years old. मैं हमेशा से एक इंजीनियर बनना चाहता था and I love exploring things.
अब इंजीनियर बनना कोई इतना it's not very easy. So I asked him to join the coaching classes.
प्रिपरेशन के स्टार्टिंग में काफ़ी सारे चैलेंजेस आए बट टाइम मैनेजमेंट वाज फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट. स्कूल से आना, कोचिंग जाना और उसके बाद सेल्फ स्टडी के लिए टाइम बचाना ये मुश्किल हो रहा था. कोचिंग में जो टेस्ट हो रहे थे उसमें मार्क्स कम आने लगे. इसकी वजह से मैं डिमोटिवेट होना स्टार्ट हो गया
और इससे वो बहुत स्ट्रेस में भी आ रहा था. हम तो सोचते थे कि वो कर भी पाएगा कि नहीं.
इसलिए मैं अपने फ्रेंड सर्कल के पास गया तो उन्हीं में से एक फ्रेंड ने मुझे सजेस्ट किया Q&A प्लेटफॉर्म के बारे में. Q&A सब्सक्रिप्शन लेने के बाद मैंने सबसे पहले उसमें एक डायग्नोस्टिक असेसमेंट दिया जिससे मुझे मेरे स्ट्रेंथ एंड वीकनेसेस पता चल गई. मुझे ये पता चल गया कि कौन से मेरे टॉपिक्स वीक है, कौन सा चैप्टर वीक है. उसके बाद मैंने टॉपिक वाइज टेस्ट देना स्टार्ट कर दिया जिससे मेरा काफ़ी टाइम बचने लगा क्योंकि इंस्टेड ऑफ कवरिंग होल चैप्टर आई वाज कवरिंग टॉपिक वाइज थिंग्स. Q&A में ये एक अच्छा फीचर है कि टॉपिक वाइज क्वेश्चंस अनलिमिटेड हैं. आप कितने भी क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हो. Q&A जब मैंने यूज़ किया तो स्टार्टिंग में उसने मेरी लेवल के क्वेश्चंस मुझे देने स्टार्ट किए. फिर ग्रेजुअली उस लेवल को इंक्रीज करता गया जैसे जैसे मैं अपने क्वेश्चंस और अच्छे करते गया और मुझे उस लेवल पे ले गया जिस लेवल की प्रिपरेशन मुझे चाहिए एग्जाम को क्रैक करने के लिए. सो इट्स एन अडैप्टिव प्लेटफॉर्म विच हेल्प यू इंक्रीज योर लेवल ग्रेजुअली टू प्रैक्टिस मोर एंड मोर क्वेश्चंस इफेक्टिवली. और मेरे सामने पूरा JEE का रोड मैप था कि मुझे कैसे कैसे आगे बढ़ना है, स्टेप वाइज कैसे कैसे मुझे आगे चलना है. It acted like a personal mentor for me and it made my performance better. इन सब चीज़ों के अलावा भी जैसे जिन टॉपिक्स में मुझे डाउट आता था उनमें Q&A के टीचर्स ने मुझे काफ़ी हेल्प की.
तो आर्यन ने सब्सक्रिप्शन को यूज़ किया तो 2-3 महीने बाद मुझे लगा कि he's not confident in his studies.
साइट पे ट्रैफिक बहुत था और मेरा रिजल्ट खुल नहीं रहा था, बट जब फाइनली खुला, मैं 3 साल की मेहनत मेरे सामने मेरी स्क्रीन पे थी।
आर्यन का फोन आता है मेरे पास कि डैडी मेरा जेई का रिजल्ट आ गया है और मैंने जेई क्लियर कर लिया है, तो मेरे को बहुत प्राउड हुआ, बहुत अच्छा भी लगा।
मुझसे कुछ कोई नहीं था उस समय, तभी मैं बहुत खुशी हुई और उसकी आंखों में चमक जो थी शायद मैं वो भी बयान नहीं कर सकती।
I was dreaming of going to college and starting a new life. जो चीजें मैं पहले कर रहा था, जैसे सोशल मीडिया को कट डाउन, that was not the solution. The actual solution was given by Q&I and their teachers.
I certainly believe on the part that this day and age when there are like so many options and everyone is sort of being the first one to give in their views, like the student tends to get a little bit confused and they don't know what is best for them. And sometimes even other people in their life like parents or teachers can't really judge what's best for them unless they have like a physical assessment or a proof which can state that no, that is right for the student and this is the path which you should take. So I think this is a very great initiative indeed and it's surely going to help a lot of students in future.
This product obviously focuses on what you're actually weak at, like at the precise point. That I guess is not done in other online institutes too. That makes this venture stand out from others.
I would like to mention that I have been on multiple online digital learning platforms before, and the fact that this app has adaptive learning and provides questionnaire for students who are lacking in a particular topic is really nice and makes us stand out from other platforms.
India Today group has launched this to help students to focus and have clarity in their lives.
The analysis part, the assessment part is really very good.
I would really like to thank Q&I for giving us the platform for learning such amazing things.
It's a very important platform for this assessment-led program.
It's something that's going to actually make them very independent, make them understand what are their potential strengths, what are their weaknesses.
Especially to look for my career and for guiding me. I'll be very thankful and grateful to the Q&I.
Students do not know how much have they studied and how much are they prepared for the upcoming exams.
Child can revisit after attempting the test.
I feel understanding the way the questions are asked and how to answer them is really difficult.
And I'm very sure this platform is going to enrich each and every student who enrolls for it.
I wish Q&I all the very best, and I'm sure this is going to help the children to really find I in them. I find that it is a bit different from the many other platforms which are existing, and hopefully, it's really going to make a lot of difference because it focuses more on their personalized analysis, their diagnostic. Moreover, the best part of it is that it is not just going to provide them the remedy, but going to give them the solution as well. So it is a very, very important product. Let's see, hope for the best. Future to come, the children will be able to explore I in them. All the very best.
The product is really amazing and I can foresee a lot of hand-holding in future. There are not many assessment platforms, but it's very important that we do the hand-holding with the children. For me, it is questions and initiatives.
It'll help
help us to understand that at which part I'm lacking.
You can start wherever you are in your journey. It doesn't depend on if you're in 11th or if you're in 12th.
This product will tell you where you are exactly.
I have all the solutions in the app.
It can be a game booster for a student who is sincerely preparing for JEE and needs boosting. I like that previous questions.
As a parent, I feel that the package is also very reasonable.
Yes, I would recommend it for the students of engineering and medicine.
Platform will teach them.
own pace. सेल्फ लर्निंग कि किस तरीके से वो स्टेप बाय स्टेप अपने आप को इम्प्रूव कर रहा है वो देख सकता है.
The thing which I feel best, the cycle which was told in the seminar.
I find that this side of a curriculum would be really great for my children. It focuses more on their personalized analysis, their diagnostic.
It obviously focuses on what you're actually weak at, like at the precise point.
For me, it is questions and initiatives.
This app has adaptive learning and provides questionnaire for students.
आगे रिकमेंड करता हूँ और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग इसको समाज में आगे बढ़ाएं.
I have, seen my son, prepare very closely for JEE, so I've been a part of his journey. From my perspective, the challenges which a student face, one is the enormous syllabus which a student has to cover. He has to cover both 11 and 12, and he has to juggle also his board exam. So it's like a Herculean task for a child. The second challenge is, it is all about relative performance. It is not about your own performance. While you might be doing very well in isolation, you don't know where you stand when you're actually appearing the exam with all your peers. And both these issues or challenges have been very beautifully addressed in Q&I. In Q&I, we have a planner. So where a student can very nicely plan his schedule. So he can, he stands. If required, he can repeat that topic. That is one part of it. Second is, with Q&I, we have a feature called as IQ matrix, wherein a child gets to understand where he's doing well or the topics where he needs to actually strengthen himself. So that itself, again, complements the entire preparation process. The other part, what I talked about, is about relative performance. So this also has been addressed in Q&I. We have a student roadmap. So a student exactly understands where he stands among his peers. So both these problems have been very nicely addressed in Q&I.
See, the biggest help of AI is that it can help us to manage 5,000 students simultaneously. So whether it's a heterogeneous group or it is any kind of a group, that is no issue out here. Not only this, we take that tool of analysis that is really, really helpful, because what it does is, it is highlighting the strength and the weakness of each and every student. So we continuously keep on going to the platforms. We pick up the analysis of the students who are working on the platform, and based upon that, we come to know that are there certain areas which are common to all the students, where they're weak or they're not able to perform well. And based upon that input, then we design our content. Then we come out with a question bank, or we come out with any kind of a help, so that students are able to clear their weak areas and fill the gaps which are there in the knowledge and move ahead. This is not possible by any single teacher to do all this. So this is how AI is helping immensely to understand each and every student.
So before designing any product, we try to understand why we are building and then what we are building. So we have to be very clear about why we are taking up any project or any product feature that, or any offering for that matter. We just spend a lot of time on deciding why and the what's, and that involves a lot of surveys and researchers and talking to people who are actually going to use our product. You just don't build it for today, you build it for tomorrow. You have to have that whole roadmap in front of you before you actually begin with the process of designing the first draft of it. Then we get into the process of designing the launch and the features that will go into it, and every team what tasks they are going to take. And then we come up with a strategy and go out into the market. And then the next step is to evaluate how the product is doing in the market. The other important aspect of it after releasing the product is to understand, get the feedback and make the necessary changes so that it is actually usable.
Getting started on Q&I. Preparing for competitive exams can be challenging, but we're here to change that forever. Introducing Q&I, the assessment-led learning platform that brings the fun back into learning and gives you the tools to perform at your level best in JEE and NEET. But what exactly does assessment-led learning mean, and how can you use it to your advantage? To find out, let's dive into our platform. To begin with, visit www.qanditoday.com and click on Login. If you haven't already registered on our website, you can do so by filling this form. Now enter your registered mobile number and click on Get OTP. And well, you know this part already, don't you? So let's skip ahead. Once you've fully logged in, you'll see this page. Simply select your level of subject-wise proficiency before clicking on Continue. That will bring you to a personalized assessment, a diagnostic test that shows you your current level of readiness for the final exam. It also helps our unique assessment-led learning platform craft a personalized learning journey for you. To proceed, simply click on Attempt Now. Now read the instructions carefully and click on Take Test to start. On Q&I, testing is easy and seamless. To see how, let's take a closer look at the test panel. On the top, you'll see the section-wise number of questions. Under it, you'll find your question panel. This countdown bar shows the average time that other students take to respond to a question. You can skip a question by clicking on this arrow. Once you select the answer that you think is correct, you have three options. You can save your answer and move to the next question, save your answer and mark it for review, or simply mark it for review and come back later. These tools help you highlight those questions that you'd like to come back to. You'll be able to see which questions you've marked out in the summary panel. Over here, you can also see how much time you've got left to complete the test. From this panel, you can go back to any question by clicking its number. Once you've completed the test, click Submit Test. This will only submit the answers to those questions that you've saved or saved and marked for review. Let's now see how to review your test results. Over here, you can check your total score as well as the number of correct, incorrect, and unanswered questions. This panel helps you review your test results in detail so that you can see where you went wrong. You can hover your cursor over any topic to get more details. Once you make it to this screen, you've officially taken the first step in your Q&I journey. From here on, our unique adaptive engine will craft a dynamic learning journey that's tailored for you. And pretty soon, you'll begin to see the difference that Q&I makes to your prep. So, what's next? More on that in the next video, where we'll take you through Q&I's insightful and intuitive dashboard.
So my name is Samir. Today I saw the demo of what Q&I is, and it's really an amazing idea. What I think, if it get integrated each student's life, then it would make the life of millions of students. We keep on practicing questions and we watching video lectures, but we don't know that till what level we have prepared. Q&I gives you a dashboard that will tell you consistently that till what level you have prepared and you have it means your weaknesses, your strength and everything. So challenge that we face is it's totally new to us. We don't know that kinds of question we are gonna get and what's the level.
The thing which I feel best, the cycle which was told in the seminar, that give test and analyze your weakness and the strength.
I really do think as a student, this will really help for any student to get to know what point they're really lacking on. I'll promote this to my peers and juniors also.
Such a new and unique platform. It is very, what to say, I have no words. First time I have encountered such platform with such qualities that it is pinpointing you where you have to focus.
देखिए सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम जो है वो ये है कि जो नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स अपेयर होते हैं, इस बार 20 लाख बच्चे अपेयर हुए थे और अगर हम देखें कि सीट्स कितनी हैं, सब कुछ मिला भी लेंगे तब भी वो करीबन 75,000 या 80,000 सीट्स होंगी। सो आप ये देखिए कि एक सीट के पीछे कितने बच्चे हैं। अब इसकी वजह से क्या होगा? इसकी वजह से ये होगा कि पहली बात तो जनरली अगर आप किसी एग्जाम में बैठते हैं और आप कहते हैं कि मेरी नॉलेज 80 to 85% है, तो आपके चांसेस बहुत अच्छे से क्लियर करने के उस एग्जाम को बहुत ज्यादा इंक्रीज हो जाते हैं। बट यहाँ पे वो भी नहीं हो रहा, यहाँ पे तो 720 में से 720 आ रहे हैं। सो आपका सब्जेक्ट नॉलेज हाई होने के साथ साथ एक्यूरेसी हाई होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है। सो Q&I प्लेटफॉर्म पे हम क्या करते हैं, हम स्टार्ट ही असेसमेंट से करते हैं। हम बच्चे को रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस की आदत में लाते हैं। जब वो प्रैक्टिस करेगा, इनिशियल हम उसको फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी देंगे कि अच्छा आधे घंटे का टेस्ट है, तुम इस आधे घंटे में 10 क्वेश्चन कर लो, तुम 15 कर लो, तुम्हारी मर्जी है। लेकिन उसके एंड पे एनालिसिस में हम उसको बता देंगे कि तुमने एक क्वेश्चन को करने के लिए इतने मिनट लिए हैं और तुम्हारा आइडियल टाइम ये होना चाहिए कि तुम 1 मिनट में एक क्वेश्चन करो। और बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस होंगे जहाँ पे तुम 30 सेकेंड्स के अंदर उस क्वेश्चन को कर सकते हो।
तो हमारी सबसे पहले अहम जो समस्या है वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्यूटर या पर्सनलाइज्ड टीचर को प्रोवाइड करने की है हर एक बच्चे के लिए। आमतौर पे ये संभव हो नहीं सकता। अगर हम उसको संभव कराने की कोशिश भी करते हैं तो वो बेहद ही महंगा होगा और स्केलिंग अप भी बहुत बड़ी समस्या हो जाएगी और उसी लेवल का टीचर पूरे शहर में, पूरे देश में फैलाना तो अपने आप में ही एक बहुत बड़ा इम्पॉसिबल सा टास्क हो जाएगा। लेकिन ये इतनी बड़ी समस्या को हम टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा बड़ी आसानी से कर पाते हैं। तो Q&I एक तरह से एक पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्यूटर है हर एक बच्चे के लिए, जो उसकी स्ट्रेंथ्स और उसकी वीकनेसेस को समझता है और उसके साथ हर वक्त अवेलेबल होता है। इससे बेहतर चीज और क्या हो सकती है? क्योंकि वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्यूटर है और बच्चे की हर एक समस्या और हर एक स्ट्रेंथ को समझ रहा है, उसके लिए एक पर्सनलाइज्ड लर्निंग जर्नी बना के हर वक्त उसको हैंड होल्डिंग करा रहा है। ये जो हमने प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किया है वो अपने आप में ही एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या का समाधान है। देखो, हम जिन समस्याओं से जूझ रहे हैं उनमें से रोड लर्निंग एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है और हमने Q&I में उस समस्या को बड़े ही आसान तरीके से सुलझाया है। हम बच्चों को कॉन्सेप्ट का ज्ञान ज्यादा देने की कोशिश करते हैं। एक बार जब बच्चा कॉन्सेप्ट समझ लेता है तो वो दुनिया के किसी भी सवाल को बड़े आसानी से जवाब दे पाता है, चाहे वो MCQ हो या फिर डिस्क्रिप्टिव आंसर्स हो। अगर उसको पता है कि वो कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है तो लिख के आना या ABC और D के तहत उसको चूज करना उसको उतना ही आसान लगता है। तो इस रोड लर्निंग की समस्या को सुलझाना हमारे लिए बहुत अहम था और हम बड़े गर्व से के साथ कह सकते हैं कि Q&I ने उस समस्या को सुलझाया है।
I would love to answer this question, Yes, Q&I definitely helped him a lot. When I initially subscribed for Q&I, he was not very convinced. He was already enrolled with a very reputed coaching institute. So when I suggested Q&I, when I subscribed and I asked him that why don't you use Q&I, he was very reluctant because he also had enrolled to another leading coaching institute's online program. So he was, more than happy to use that online platform. So when I suggested, he was kind of reluctant. So I kind of persuaded him, and then he tried using it. Within a span of 1 week, that scene completely changed. I could see him using Q&I as the only platform for his preparation. It was not my pushing, but he saw the benefits. And as you know, children have their own opinion. They will not go by what you say. He used it, he got the results that he wanted, and I as a parent also, I didn't know how his preparation journey was going. But once he started using Q&I, I would also log in, go to the analytics dashboard, see how many tests he's taken, what are the performance parameters. It was kind of like a win-win situation for both of us. And I wish I could have my son here to say that, but he did, tell me that, Mama, thank you for getting Q&I from me.
I'm Abha Sharma from Gokulam High School and Junior College. I'm taking maths in 12th standard and I hope my students will take benefit from this session.
My name is Sia Dalal. My name is Sara Mishra.
My name is Aditya Raj Pandam.
Hello, my name is Ashwin Pai.
I definitely think that this platform is really good. It'll help us to understand that at which part specifically I'm lacking. I'll not waste my time by doing the whole chapter again, which I think I'm not doing properly. I would definitely recommend it to my friends.
I like this app because I can know where I am weak, so I can practice more and more papers. I can know where I am standing.
The main problems which I am currently facing are, I have all the solutions in the app. So it's indeed a great app, so I will for sure use it.
The aspect which I liked about Q&I is that you can start wherever you are in your journey. It doesn't depend on if you're in 11th or if you're in 12th.
Myself Nilesh Vinayak Pevekar, parent of Gargi Nilesh Pevekar. I really like the session of Q&I. I really feel that this particular platform will give the IIT and NEET aspirants brief details as to where they are lacking and what they need to concentrate on, and their SWOT analysis like strength, weakness, opportunities and the hurdles which they are facing for their studies. I will obviously recommend it to my friends and the students who are trying to go for NEET and JEE. Also, as a parent, I feel that the package is also very reasonable.
I'm Dr. Vikesh Kaur, Principal Doon International School, Jammu. I'm very proud and honored to be a part of such an event that has been organized by Q&I organization. I extend my heartiest congratulations and generous gratitude to the founder and CEO of Q&I, Mr. Vinay Singh, and his team for organizing such a great event where almost all incredible intellectuals of Jammu and across Jammu, they were brought together under one roof. Basically, this event was about transformational leadership, which is the need of the hour. And as we all know, that education sector is changing with a fast pace, and we all need to transform ourselves and our initiatives to keep a pace with it. So basically, Q&I is an organization which is providing some kind of solutions for all of us, where they have some customized and tailored, structured learning strategies for everyone. As we all know that all children are unique in their own sense, and it is not possible to have one-size-fits-all kind of a thing. That's the gone days that we all used to teach in the same way.
Hi everyone, it's Rajesh Rathore, Advisor Jammu Saudya, as well as Principal GK Public School Gujwani. It's my absolute pleasure attending this event today, organized by Q&I. Wonderfully, they brought all the edu leaders of Jammu together under one roof, and it was a pleasure attending the entire session. So I feel panel discussion on the topic transformation leadership in this digital age that must have added new dimensions to the understanding and the perception of edu leaders here. It's need of the hour. We must have a brainstorming session how to equip and empower our students for all the future needs. So that way, I'm sure that after the discussion and attending the entire program, edu leaders will who leave this venue taking so many takeaways with them.
What we have started out with is a test preparation segment, need-based learning or assessment-based learning as you can call it. But we want to turn into an edtech company that offers holistic learning to the child. We don't want to be confined to a particular exam as such, but be a part of the entire learning process. Make it more participative, make it more collaborative. We're cutting edge technology basically to actually take it to the next level, make learning more enjoyable and more tangible in terms of the outcomes that come through it, and that is what the vision for Q&I is.
I am a grade 10 student. I have already figured out that I will be appearing for NEET exam. How should I go about it?
First of all, congratulations for such a clarity at a class 10th stage. Now, as far as preparation is concerned, Neha, what I feel is this is again an examination. Only difference is earlier you competing within 25 to 30 or 35 students of your class, here you competing at a much larger scale. So the way you go for examination in your regular classroom, similarly you have to go here also. Only thing is, I believe few important points are, first of all, making a plan. So make a timetable which you can follow, and timetable which is giving you breathers. Timetable where you have time to enjoy yourself also and you're studying also. So I would say making a timetable, being organized, planning the right kind of a study material, which books you should follow, selecting the mentors.
It's extremely important. Right mentor as early as possible.
I think consistency is the key.
For any competitive exam, not only NEET, JEE, any competitive exam, it's cumulative study that adds on. I believe every day whatever you study will result in success, not studying towards the end or near to the exam.
My name is Aryan Agrawal and I'm 17 years old. मैं हमेशा से एक इंजीनियर बनना चाहता था and I love exploring things.
अब इंजीनियर बनना कोई इतना it's not very easy. So I asked him to join the coaching classes.
प्रिपरेशन के स्टार्टिंग में काफ़ी सारे चैलेंजेस आए बट टाइम मैनेजमेंट वाज फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट. स्कूल से आना, कोचिंग जाना और उसके बाद सेल्फ स्टडी के लिए टाइम बचाना ये मुश्किल हो रहा था. कोचिंग में जो टेस्ट हो रहे थे उसमें मार्क्स कम आने लगे. इसकी वजह से मैं डिमोटिवेट होना स्टार्ट हो गया
और इससे वो बहुत स्ट्रेस में भी आ रहा था. हम मतलब सोचते थे कि वो कर नहीं पाएगा कि नहीं.
इसलिए मैं अपने फ्रेंड सर्कल के पास गया तो उन्हीं में से एक फ्रेंड ने मुझे सजेस्ट किया Q&A प्लेटफॉर्म के बारे में. Q&A सब्सक्रिप्शन लेने के बाद मैंने सबसे पहले उसमें एक डायग्नोस्टिक असेसमेंट दिया जिससे मुझे मेरे स्ट्रेंथ एंड वीकनेसेस पता चल गई. मुझे ये पता चल गया कि कौन से मेरे टॉपिक्स वीक है, कौन सा चैप्टर वीक है. उसके बाद मैंने टॉपिक वाइज टेस्ट देना स्टार्ट कर दिया जिससे मेरा काफ़ी टाइम बचने लगा क्योंकि इंस्टेड ऑफ कवरिंग होल चैप्टर आई वाज कवरिंग टॉपिक वाइज थिंग्स. Q&A में ये एक अच्छा फीचर है कि टॉपिक वाइज क्वेश्चंस अनलिमिटेड है. आप कितने भी क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हो. Q&A जब मैंने यूज़ किया तो स्टार्टिंग में उसने मेरी लेवल के क्वेश्चंस मुझे देने स्टार्ट किए. फिर ग्रेजुअली उस लेवल को इंक्रीज करता गया जैसे जैसे मैं अपने क्वेश्चंस और अच्छे करते गया और मुझे उस लेवल पे ले गया जिस लेवल की प्रिपरेशन मुझे चाहिए एग्जाम को क्रैक करने के लिए. सो इट्स एन अडेप्टिव प्लेटफॉर्म विच हेल्प यू इंक्रीज योर लेवल ग्रेजुअली to practice more and more questions effectively. और मेरे सामने पूरा JEE का रोड मैप था कि मुझे कैसे कैसे आगे बढ़ना है, स्टेप वाइज कैसे कैसे मुझे आगे चलना है. It acted like a personal mentor for me and it made my performance better. इन सब चीज़ों के अलावा भी जैसे जिन टॉपिक्स में मुझे डाउट आता था उनमें Q&A के टीचर्स ने मुझे काफ़ी हेल्प की.
तो आर्यन ने सब्सक्रिप्शन को यूज़ किया तो 2-3 महीने बाद मुझे लगा कि he is not confident in his studies.
साइट पे ट्रैफिक बहुत था और मेरा रिजल्ट खुल नहीं रहा था बट जब फाइनली खुला मेरी 3 साल की मेहनत मेरे सामने मेरी स्क्रीन पे थी.
आर्यन का फोन आता है मेरे पास कि डैडी मेरा JEE का रिजल्ट आ गया है और मैंने JEE क्लियर कर लिया है. तो मेरे को बहुत प्राउड हुआ, बहुत अच्छा भी लगा.
मुझसे खुश कोई नहीं था उस समय, तभी मैं बहुत खुश हुई और उसकी आंखों में चमक जो थी शायद मैं वो भी बयान नहीं कर सकती.
I was dreaming of going to college and starting a new life. जो चीज़ें मैं पहले कर रहा था जैसे सोशल मीडिया को कट डाउन, that was not the solution. The actual solution was given by Q&I and their teachers. I certainly believe on the part that this day and age when there are like so many options and everyone is sort of being the first one to give in their views, like the student tends to get a little bit confused and they don't know what is best for them. And sometimes even other people in their life, like parents or teachers, can't really judge what's best for them unless they have like a physical assessment or a proof which can state that no, that is right for the student and this is the path which you should take. So I think this is a very great initiative indeed, and it's surely going to help a lot of students in future.
This product obviously focuses on what you're actually weak at, like at the precise point. That I guess is not done in other online institutes too. That makes this venture stand out from others.
I would like to mention that I have been on multiple online digital learning platforms before, and the fact that this app has adaptive learning and provides questionnaire for students who are lacking in a particular topic is really nice and makes us stand out from other platforms.
India Today group has launched this to help students to focus and have clarity in their lives.
The analysis part, the assessment part is really very good.
I would really like to thank Q&I for giving us the platform for learning such amazing things.
It's a very important platform for this assessment-led program.
It's something that's going to actually make them very independent, make them understand what are their potential strengths, what are their weaknesses.
Especially to look for my career and for guiding me, I'll be very thankful and grateful to the Q&I.
Students do not know how much have they studied and how much are they prepared for the upcoming exams.
Child can revisit after attempting the test.
I feel understanding the way the questions are asked and how to answer them is really difficult.
And I'm very sure this platform is going to enrich each and every student who enrolls for it.
I wish Q&I all the very best, and I'm sure this is going to help the children to really find I in them. I find that it is a bit different from the many other platforms which are existing, and hopefully, it's really going to make a lot of difference because it focuses more on their personalized analysis, their diagnostic. Moreover, the best part of it is that it is not just going to provide them the remedy, but going to give them the solution as well. So it is a very, very important product. Let's see, hope for the best. Future to come, the children will be able to explore I in them. All the very best.
The product is really amazing and I can foresee a lot of hand-holding in future. There are not many assessment platforms, but it's very important that we do the hand-holding with the children. For me, it is questions and initiatives.
It'll help us to understand that at which part I'm lacking.
You can start wherever you are in your journey. It doesn't depend on if you're in 11th or if you're in 12th.
This product will tell you where you are exactly.
I have all the solutions in the app.
It can be a game booster for a student who is sincerely preparing for JEE and needs. Most thing I like that previous questions.
As a parent, I feel that the package is also very reasonable.
Yes, I would recommend it for the students of engineering and medicine.
Platform will teach them how to do time management. I would really like to tell our students to go ahead with this.
The analysis part, the assessment part is really very good.
Thank Q&I for giving us a platform for learning such amazing things.
Q&I is something that's going to actually make them very independent, make them understand what are their potential strengths, what are their weaknesses.
Child can revisit after attempting the test.
I feel understanding the way the questions are asked and how to answer them is really difficult.
We keep on practicing questions and means watching video lectures, but we don't know that till what level we have prepared. Q&I gives you a dashboard.
How much pace of preparation is required? That will be guided by this.
This is probably the need of the hour when children know that they can work at their own pace.
सेल्फ लर्निंग कि किस तरीके से वो स्टेप बाय स्टेप अपने आप को इम्प्रूव कर रहा है वो देख सकता है.
The thing which I feel best, the cycle which was told in the seminar.
I find that this side of a curriculum would be really great for my children. It focuses more on their personalized analysis, their diagnostic.
It obviously focuses on what you're actually weak at, like at the precise point.
For me, it is questions and initiatives.
This app has adaptive learning and provides questionnaire for students.
आगे रिकमेंड करता हूँ और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग इसको समाज में आगे बढ़ाएं.
I have, seen my son, prepare very closely for JEE, so I've been a part of his journey. From my perspective, the challenges which a student face, one is the enormous syllabus which a student has to cover. He has to cover both 11 and 12, and he has to juggle also his board exams. So it's like a Herculean task for a child. The second challenge is, it is all about relative performance. It is not about your own performance. While you might be doing very well in isolation, you don't know where you stand when you're actually appearing the exam with all your peers. And both these issues or challenges have been very beautifully addressed in Q&I. In Q&I, we have a planner. So where a student can very nicely plan his schedule. So he can, prepare for a topic, give the exam, see where he stands. If required, he can repeat that topic. That is one part of it. Second is, with Q&I, we have a feature called as IQ Matrix, wherein a child gets to understand where he's doing well, or the topics where he needs to actually strengthen himself. So that itself, again, complements the entire preparation process. The other part, what I talked about, is about relative performance. So this also has been addressed in Q&I. We have a student roadmap. So a student exactly understands where he stands among his peers. So both these problems have been very nicely addressed in Q&I.
See, the biggest help of AI is that it can help us to manage 5,000 students simultaneously. So whether it's a heterogeneous group or it is any kind of a group, that is no issue out here. Not only this, we take that tool of analysis that is really, really helpful, because what it does is, it is highlighting the strength and the weakness of each and every student. So we continuously keep on going to the platforms. We pick up the analysis of the students who are working on the platform, and based upon that we come to know that are there certain areas which are common to all the students where they are weak or they are not able to perform well, and based upon that input then we design our content, then we come out with a question bank or we come out with any kind of a help so that students are able to clear their weak areas and fill the gaps which are there in the knowledge and move ahead. This is not possible by any single teacher to do all this. So this is how AI is helping immensely to understand each and every student.
So before designing any product, we try to understand why we are building and then what we are building. So we have to be very clear about why we are taking up any project or any product feature that, or any offering for that matter. We just spend a lot of time on deciding why and the what's, and that involves a lot of surveys and researchers and talking to people who are actually going to use our product. You just don't build it for today, you build it for tomorrow. You have to have that whole roadmap in front of you before you actually begin with the process of designing the first draft of it. And then we get into the process of designing the launch and the features that will go into it, and every team what tasks they are going to take, and then we come up with a strategy and go out into the market, and then the next step is to evaluate how the product is doing in the market. The other important aspect of it after releasing the product is to understand, get the feedback and make the necessary changes so that it is actually usable.
Getting started on Q&I. Preparing for competitive exams can be challenging, but we're here to change that forever. Introducing Q&I, the assessment-led learning platform that brings the fun back into learning and gives you the tools to perform at your level best in JEE and NEET. But what exactly does assessment-led learning mean, and how can you use it to your advantage? To find out, let's dive into our platform. To begin with, visit www.qanditoday.com and click on Login. If you haven't already registered on our website, you can do so by filling this form. Now enter your registered mobile number and click on Get OTP. And well, you know this part already, don't you? So let's skip ahead. Once you've fully logged in, you'll see this page. Simply select your level of subject-wise proficiency before clicking on Continue. That will bring you to a personalized assessment, a diagnostic test that shows you your current level of readiness for the final exam. It also helps our unique assessment-led learning platform craft a personalized learning journey for you. To proceed, simply click on Attempt Now. Now read the instructions carefully and click on Take Test to start. On Q&I, testing is easy and seamless. To see how, let's take a closer look at the test panel. On the top, you'll see the section-wise number of questions. Under it, you'll find your question panel. This countdown bar shows the average time that other students take to respond to a question. You can skip a question by clicking on this arrow. Once you select the answer that you think is correct, you have 3 options. You can save your answer and move to the next question, save your answer and mark it for review, or simply mark it for review and come back later. These tools help you highlight those questions that you'd like to come back to. You'll be able to see which questions you've marked out in the summary panel. Over here, you can also see how much time you've got left to complete the test. From this panel, you can go back to any question by clicking its number. Once you've completed the test, click Submit Test. This will only submit the answers to those questions that you've saved or saved and marked for review. Let's now see how to review your test results. Over here, you can check your total score as well as the number of correct, incorrect, and unanswered questions. This panel helps you review your test results in detail so that you can see where you went wrong. You can hover your cursor over any topic to get more details. Once you make it to this screen, you've officially taken the first step in your Q&I journey. From here on, our unique adaptive engine will craft a dynamic learning journey that's tailored for you. And pretty soon, you'll begin to see the difference that Q&I makes to your prep. So, what's next? More on that in the next video, where we'll take you through Q&I's insightful and intuitive dashboard.
So my name is Samir. Today I saw the demo of what Q&I is, and it's really an amazing idea. What I think, if it get integrated each student's life, then it would make the life of millions of students. We keep on practicing questions and we watching video lectures, but we don't know that till what level we have prepared. Q&I gives you a dashboard that will tell you consistently that till what level you have prepared and you have it, means your weaknesses, your strength and everything. So challenge that we face is it's totally new to us. We don't know that kinds of question we are gonna get and what's the level.
The thing which I feel best, the cycle which was told in the seminar, that give test and analyze your weakness and the strength.
I really do think as a student, this will really help for any student to get to know what point they're really lacking on. I'll promote this to my peers and juniors also.
Such a new and unique platform. It is very, what to say, I have no words. First time I have encountered such platform with such qualities that it is pinpointing you where you have to focus.
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम जो है वो ये है कि जो नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स अपेयर होते हैं, इस बार 20 लाख बच्चे अपेयर हुए थे, और अगर हम देखें कि सीट्स कितनी हैं, सब कुछ मिला भी लेंगे तब भी वो करीबन 75,000 या 80,000 सीट्स होंगी। सो आप ये देखिए कि एक सीट के पीछे कितने बच्चे हैं। अब इसकी वजह से क्या होगा? इसकी वजह से ये होगा कि पहली बात तो जनरली अगर आप किसी एग्जाम में बैठते हैं और आप कहते हैं कि मेरी नॉलेज 80 to 85% है, तो आपके चांसेस बहुत अच्छे से क्लियर करने के उस एग्जाम को बहुत ज्यादा इंक्रीज हो जाते हैं। बट यहाँ पे वो भी नहीं हो रहा, यहाँ पे तो 720 में से 720 आ रहे हैं। सो आपका सब्जेक्ट नॉलेज हाई होने के साथ साथ एक्यूरेसी हाई होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है। सो Q&I प्लेटफॉर्म पे हम क्या करते हैं? हम स्टार्ट ही असेसमेंट से करते हैं। हम बच्चे को रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस की आदत में लाते हैं। जब वो प्रैक्टिस करेगा, इनिशियल हम उसको फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी देंगे कि अच्छा आधे घंटे का टेस्ट है, तुम इस आधे घंटे में 10 क्वेश्चन कर लो, तुम 15 कर लो, तुम्हारी मर्जी है। लेकिन उसके एंड पे एनालिसिस में हम उसको बता देंगे कि तुमने एक क्वेश्चन को करने के लिए इतने मिनट लिए हैं,
और तुम्हारा आइडियल टाइम ये होना चाहिए कि तुम 1 मिनट में एक क्वेश्चन करो, और बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस होंगे जहाँ पे तुम 30 सेकेंड्स के अंदर उस क्वेश्चन को कर सकते हो।
तो हमारी सबसे पहले अहम जो समस्या है वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्यूटर या पर्सनलाइज्ड टीचर को प्रोवाइड करने की है हर एक बच्चे के लिए। आमतौर पे ये संभव हो नहीं सकता। अगर हम उसको संभव कराने की कोशिश भी करते हैं तो वो बेहद ही महंगा होगा और स्केलिंग अप भी बहुत बड़ी समस्या हो जाएगी, और उसी लेवल का टीचर पूरे शहर में, पूरे देश में फैलाना तो अपने आप में ही एक बहुत बड़ा इम्पॉसिबल सा टास्क हो जाएगा। लेकिन ये इतनी बड़ी समस्या को हम टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा बड़ी आसानी से कर पाते हैं। तो Q&I एक तरह से एक पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्यूटर है हर एक बच्चे के लिए, जो उसकी स्ट्रेंथ्स और उसकी वीकनेसेस को समझता है और उसके साथ हर वक्त अवेलेबल होता है। इससे बेहतर चीज और क्या हो सकती है? क्योंकि वो एक पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्यूटर है और बच्चे की हर एक समस्या और हर एक स्ट्रेंथ को समझ रहा है, उसके लिए एक पर्सनलाइज्ड लर्निंग जर्नी बना के हर वक्त उसको हैंड होल्डिंग करा रहा है। ये जो हमने प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किया है वो अपने आप में ही एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या का समाधान है। देखो, हम जिन समस्याओं से जूझ रहे हैं उनमें से रोड लर्निंग एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, और हमने Q&I में उस समस्या को बड़े ही आसान तरीके से सुलझाया है। हम बच्चों को कॉन्सेप्ट का ज्ञान ज्यादा देने की कोशिश करते हैं। एक बार जब बच्चा कॉन्सेप्ट समझ लेता है तो वो दुनिया के किसी भी सवाल को बड़े आसानी से जवाब दे पाता है, चाहे वो MCQ हो या फिर डिस्क्रिप्टिव आंसर्स हो। अगर उसको पता है कि वो कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है तो लिख के आना या ABC और D के तहत उसको चूज करना उसको उतना ही आसान लगता है। तो इस रोट लर्निंग की समस्या को सुलझाना हमारे लिए बहुत अहम था, और हम बड़े गर्व से के साथ कह सकते हैं कि Q&I ने उस समस्या को सुलझाया है।
I would love to answer this question, Yes, Q&I definitely helped him a lot. When I initially subscribed for Q&I, he was not very convinced. He was already enrolled with a very reputed coaching institute. So when I suggested Q&I, when I subscribed and I asked him that why don't you use Q&I, he was very reluctant because he also had enrolled to another leading coaching institute's online program. So he was, more than happy to use that online platform. So when I suggested, he was kind of reluctant. So I kind of persuaded him, and then he tried using it. Within a span of 1 week, that scene completely changed. I could see him using Q&I as the only platform for his preparation. It was not my pushing, but he saw the benefits. And as you know, children have their own opinion. They will not go by what you say. He used it, he got the results that he wanted, and I as a
A very good evening to all the school leaders, educators. We're very happy to have you here this evening. We'll start very shortly. We're just waiting for some more school leaders to join us. Thank you for your patience.
fast pace, and we all need to transform ourselves and our initiatives to keep a pace with it. So basically, Q&I is an organization which is providing some kind of solutions for all of us, where they have some customized and tailored, structured learning strategies for everyone. As we all know that all children are unique in their own sense, and it is not possible to have one size fits all kind of a thing. That's the gone days that we all used to teach in the same way.
Hi everyone, it's Rajesh Rathore, advisor Jammu Saudya, as well as principal GK Public School Gujwani. It's my absolute pleasure attending this event today, organized by Q&I. Wonderfully, they brought all the edu leaders of Jammu together under one roof, and it was a pleasure attending the entire session. So I feel panel discussion on the topic transformation leadership in this digital age that must have added new dimensions to the understanding and the perception of edu leaders here. Because it's need of the hour. We must have a brainstorming session how to equip and empower our students for all the future needs. So that way, I'm sure that after the discussion and attending the entire program, edu leaders will leave this venue taking so many takeaways with them.
What we have started out with is a test preparation segment, need-based learning or assessment-based learning as you can call it. But we want to turn into an edtech company that offers holistic learning to the child. We don't want to be confined to a particular exam as such.
குறிப்பாக ஜேஇஇ மற்றும் நீட்டிற்கு தயாராவது கடினமாக இருக்கும். ஆனால் அதை முழுமையாக மாற்றத்தான் நாங்கள் இருக்கிறோம். வழங்குகிறோம் Q&I. அசஸ்மெண்டின் அடிப்படையில் கற்றுக்கொள்வதற்கான இந்த தளம் கற்றுக்கொள்வதை இனிமையாக்குகிறது. மேலும் ஜேஇஇ மற்றும் நீட்டில் நீங்கள் சிறப்பாக செயல்பட இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் அசஸ்மெண்ட் அடிப்படையில் கற்றுக்கொள்வது என்றால் என்ன? அதனை எப்படி நீங்கள் சுலபமாக பயன்படுத்திட முடியும்? இதை பற்றி தெரிந்து கொள்ள வாருங்கள் நமது பிளாட்ஃபார்மிற்கு செல்வோம். முதலில் www.qanditoday.com சென்று அங்குள்ள லாகின் மீது கிளிக் செய்யவும். எங்கள் வெப்சைட்டில் நீங்கள் முன்னரே ரெஜிஸ்டர் செய்யாதவராக இருந்தால் இந்த படிவத்தை பூர்த்தி செய்து பதிவு செய்யவும். பின்னர் உங்கள் ரெஜிஸ்டர்ட் மொபைல் எண்ணை பதிவு செய்து கெட் ஓடிபியை கிளிக் செய்யவும். அடுத்தபடியாக என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும் என்பது உங்களுக்கே தெரியும் இல்லையா? அதனால் இதை ஸ்கிப் செய்து அடுத்த கட்டத்திற்கு செல்வோம். லாகின் செய்த பிறகு உங்களுக்கு இந்த பேஜ் தென்படும். இப்பொழுது உங்கள் சப்ஜெக்டில் தங்களது திறமையின் நிலையை தேர்ந்தெடுத்த பிறகு கண்டினியூவை கிளிக் செய்யவும். இது உங்களை ஒரு பர்சனலைஸ்ட் அசஸ்மெண்டிற்கு கொண்டு செல்லும். அதில் ஒரு டயக்னாஸ்டிக் டெஸ்ட் இருக்கும். அதன் மூலம் தாங்கள் இப்பொழுது ஃபைனல் எக்ஸாமிற்காக எந்த அளவிற்கு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இது எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை உங்களுக்கான ஒரு பர்சனலைஸ்ட் லேர்னிங் கட்டமைப்பாக உருவாக்க உதவுகிறது. மேலும் தொடர அட்டெம்ப்ட் நவ் ஐ கிளிக் செய்திடவும். இப்பொழுது வழிமுறைகளை கவனமாக படித்து தொடங்குவதற்கு டேக் டெஸ்ட் என்ற பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்திடவும். Q&Iல் டெஸ்ட் செய்வது மிகவும் சுலபமானது. எப்படி? அதை தெரிந்து கொள்ள எங்கள் டெஸ்ட் பேனலை விவரமாக பார்ப்போம். மேல் பகுதியில் செக்ஷனிற்கு ஏற்றபடி கேள்விகளை நீங்கள் பார்ப்பீர்கள். அதற்குள் உங்களது கேள்வி பேனல் இருக்கும். இந்த கவுண்டவுன் பார் கேள்விக்கு பதிலளிக்க மற்ற மாணவர்கள் எடுத்துக்கொண்ட சராசரி நேரத்தை காட்டுகிறது. இந்த ஆரோவை கிளிக் செய்து நீங்கள் ஒரு கேள்வியை விட்டுவிட்டு அடுத்த கேள்விக்கு சென்றிட முடியும். சரியானது என்று நீங்கள் நினைக்கும் பதிலினை தேர்ந்தெடுத்த பிறகு உங்களுக்கு 3 ஆப்ஷன்கள் கிடைக்கும். உங்கள் பதிலை சேவ் செய்துவிட்டு நீங்கள் அடுத்த கேள்விக்கு சென்றிட முடியும். அல்லது பதிலை சேவ் செய்து அதை ரிவ்யூ செய்வதற்கு மார்க் செய்திடலாம். அல்லது அதை ரிவ்யூ செய்வதற்காக மார்க் செய்து மீண்டும் அந்த கேள்விக்கு வந்திடலாம். எந்த கேள்விகளை நீங்கள் மீண்டும் ரிவ்யூவிற்காக மார்க் செய்திருந்தீர்களோ அதை இந்த டூல் ஹைலைட் செய்யும். நீங்கள் எந்த கேள்விகளை மார்க் செய்தீர்களோ அதை சம்மரி பேனலில் உங்களால் பார்த்திட முடியும். இங்கு நீங்கள் டெஸ்டை முடித்திட மீதம் இருக்கும் நேரத்தையும் பார்த்திட முடியும். இந்த பேனலில் இருந்து நீங்கள் எந்த கேள்விக்கும் அதனுடைய எண்ணை கிளிக் செய்து அதே கேள்விக்கு திரும்ப செல்ல முடியும். டெஸ்ட் முடிந்ததும் சப்மிட் டெஸ்டை கிளிக் செய்யவும். இங்கு நீங்கள் சேவ் செய்த அல்லது ரிவ்யூவர்க்காக மார்க் செய்து சேவ் செய்த கேள்விகள் மட்டுமே சப்மிட் செய்யப்படும். உங்கள் டெஸ்ட் முடிவுகளை எப்படி ரிவ்யூ செய்வது என்பதை பார்ப்போம் வாருங்கள். இங்கு தங்களது டெஸ்டின் ஸ்கோரையும் சரியான, தவறான மற்றும் பதிலளிக்கப்படாத கேள்விகளுடைய எண்ணிக்கைகளையும் பார்த்திட முடியும். உங்கள் டெஸ்ட் முடிவுகளை விரிவாக ரிவ்யூ செய்ய இந்த பேனல் உதவும். அதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் எங்கு தவறு செய்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். மேலும் விவரங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் உங்கள் கர்சரை எந்த டேபின் மீதும் கொண்டு சென்று பார்த்திட முடியும். இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு நீங்கள் வந்துவிட்டால் Q&I பயணத்தில் நீங்கள் உங்கள் முதல் கட்டத்தை முடித்து விட்டீர்கள் என்று அர்த்தம். இங்கிருந்து எங்களுடைய யுனிக் அடாப்டிவ் என்ஜின் உங்களுக்காகவே வடிவமைக்கப்பட்ட ஒரு டைனமிக் பயணத்திற்கான கட்டமைப்பை உருவாக்கும் மற்றும் உடனடியாக உங்களுடைய ஆயத்த நிலையில் Q&I எவ்வளவு வித்தியாசத்தை ஏற்படுத்த முடியும் என்பதை அறிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். So, what next? அடுத்த வீடியோவில் Q&I இன்னும் சிறப்பாக புரிந்து கொள்ள உங்களுக்கு அதனுடைய இன்ட்யூட்டிவ் டேஷ்போர்டை பற்றி நான் கூறப்போகிறேன். நீங்கள் எந்த அளவு தயார் நிலையில் இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பது ஸ்மார்ட் ஓவர்வியூ இங்கு உங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும். அதோடு மெயின் போக்கஸ் நீங்கள் மட்டும்தான். ஏனெனில் இங்கு அனைத்துமே உங்கள் தேவைகளை மனதில் வைத்துதான் வடிவமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. வாருங்கள் டேஷ்போர்டை பற்றி விரிவாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். உங்கள் எக்ஸாமிற்கு நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள், நீங்கள் பாஸ் செய்திட எவ்வளவு சான்ஸ் இருக்கிறது, Q&Iல் யுனிக் MyQ Today ஸ்கோரில் இருந்து தெரிந்து கொள்வோம். இந்த டைனமிக் ஸ்கோர் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயார் செய்ய நீங்கள் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளும் கடின உழைப்பை பிரதிபலிக்கிறது. உங்களது MyQ Today ஸ்கோரை பார்த்தாலே நீங்கள் தயார் செய்து கொண்டிருப்பது சரியான திசையில் போகிறதா இல்லையா என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். உங்கள் பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் நீங்கள் செய்த அனைத்து கடின உழைப்பும் உங்களுடைய MyQ Today ஸ்கோரை கணக்கு செய்ய பயன்படுகிறது. இந்த பேனலை பார்த்தாலே எந்தெந்த பாடங்களில் அதிக கவனமும் அதிக முயற்சியும் தேவை என்பதை நீங்களே சுலபமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். இது மூலமாக நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு பாடத்திலும் தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். JEE மற்றும் நீட் தேர்வில் உங்களுடைய வெற்றியை எப்படி உறுதி செய்து கொள்ள முடியும்? இந்த கேள்விக்கான பதிலை தெரிந்து கொள்ள வாருங்கள் மை டாஸ்க் சென்டருக்கு செல்வோம். இங்கு உங்களுக்கு கஸ்டமைஸ்ட் டெய்லி மற்றும் வீக்லி டாஸ்க்ஸ் இருக்கும். இது உங்கள் பலவீனங்கள், நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறை மற்றும் நீங்கள் பரீட்சையை கையாளும் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி, அதாவது ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிக் ஸ்கில்ஸை பெட்டராக புரிந்து கொள்ள உதவுகிறது. டாஸ்கை தொடங்குவதற்கு பிராக்டிஸை கிளிக் செய்திடவும். ஒரு சில சாப்டர்களை மட்டும் மீண்டும் மீண்டும் ரிவைஸ் செய்வதில் உங்கள் நேரத்தை வீணடிக்கிறீர்களா? உங்களை தயார் செய்து கொள்ள ஒரு பெட்டரான மற்றும் ஸ்மார்ட்டான வழி இருந்தால் நன்றாக இருக்கும் இல்லையா? அதற்கு தான் உதவுகிறது MyQ மேட்ரிக்ஸ். எளிமையாக சொன்னால், நீங்கள் எந்தெந்த டாபிக்கில் பெட்டராக இருக்கிறீர்கள், எந்தெந்த டாபிக்கில் இன்னும் கடினமாக உழைத்து பாஸ் செய்வதற்கான சான்சஸை அதிகப்படுத்திக் கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்பதையும் MyQ மேட்ரிக்ஸ் தெரியப்படுத்துகிறது. மேட்ரிக்ஸ் உங்களுடைய ஸ்ட்ரென்த்ஸ், ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ், ஹர்டில்ஸ் மற்றும் வீக்னஸை பட்டியலிட்டு காட்டுகிறது. இந்த டேட்டா அனைத்தும் உங்களுக்கு உதவியாக இருக்கும். முக்கியமாக இது உங்களுக்காகவே எங்களுடைய AI அல்காரிதம் மூலம் உருவாக்கப்பட்டது. நிலையான பிராக்டிஸ் மூலம் பெரும்பாலான சிறப்பாக செயல்படுகிறீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ள போதும். அவ்வாறு செய்தவுடன் ஒவ்வொரு குவாட்ரண்ட்டுடைய டாபிக்கிலும் உங்களது திறமையின் லெவலை நீங்கள் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். Q&Iல் என்ன படிக்க வேண்டும், எப்படி படிக்க வேண்டும், இதற்கான பிளானிங்கை நீங்கள் உங்கள் வீக்லி பிளானரின் உதவியோடு செய்து உங்களை தயார் செய்து கொள்வதை நீங்கள் முழுமையாக திட்டமிட முடியும். வீக்லி பிளானரின் உதவியோடு நீங்களே உங்களுடைய சொந்த ஷெட்யூலை உருவாக்கி உங்கள் சொந்த வெற்றி கதையை எழுதலாம். இதற்கு முதலில் நீங்கள் போக்கஸ் செய்ய விரும்பும் சாப்டர்ஸை அதில் சேர்த்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். அது உங்களை இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு கொண்டு வரும். இதில் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு வாரமும் எத்தனை பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட் எடுத்துக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறீர்கள் என்பதையும் எந்த சாப்டர்ஸில் கவனம் செலுத்த விரும்புகிறீர்கள் என்பதையும் செலக்ட் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். சாப்டர்ஸை செலக்ட் செய்த பிறகு ஆட் டு டெஸ்டை கிளிக் செய்யவும். இப்போது சேவ் டெஸ்டை கிளிக் செய்யவும். அவ்வளவுதான், முடிந்தது. இந்த சாப்டர் டெஸ்ட் உங்கள் டேஷ்போர்டில் வந்திருப்பதை நீங்களே பார்க்க முடியும். இது ஒரு ரிமைண்டர் போல செயல்படுகிறது மற்றும் இந்த டெஸ்டுகளை நீங்கள் ஷெட்யூல் படி எடுத்துக்கொள்ளலாம். Q&Iல் நீங்கள் செலவழிக்கும் ஒவ்வொரு செகண்டையும் உங்களுக்கு பயனுள்ளதாக மாற்றுவதில் நாங்கள் உதவ நினைக்கிறோம். இது மாதிரியான கிராஃப் மூலமாக உங்களுடைய ஐடியல் ப்ராக்ரஸை தங்களுடைய தற்போதைய ப்ராக்ரஸுடன் ஒப்பிட்டு காட்ட எங்களால் முடிகிறது. இது மூலமாக நீங்கள் தயார் செய்து கொண்டிருப்பது சரியான ட்ராக்கில் போய்கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். உங்களுடைய ப்ராக்ரஸ் ஜர்னிக்கு பக்கத்தில் உங்களுடைய மார்க் ட்ரெண்டும் கண்ணிற்கு தென்படும். அது உங்கள் நண்பர்களுடைய டாப் ஸ்கோருடன் உங்கள் ஸ்கோரையும் Q&Iல் உள்ள அனைத்து யூசர்களுக்கும் கிடைத்த சராசரி மார்க்ஸையும் கிராஃப் மூலமாக காட்டிடும். இதை ஒரு முறை பார்த்தாலே மற்ற மாணவர்களோடு ஒப்பிடும்போது நீங்கள் தயார் செய்து கொண்டிருப்பது எந்த அளவில் இருக்கிறது என்பதை உங்களால் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த டிராப் டவுனின் உதவியோடு நீங்கள் தனித்தனி டெஸ்டை செலக்ட் செய்திட முடியும். அது ஒவ்வொன்றிலும் கிடைத்த மார்க்கின் ட்ரெண்டையும் பார்த்திட முடியும். எங்களது அடுத்த வீடியோவில் Q&Iன் அசஸ்மெண்ட் மற்றும் பிராக்டிஸ் செக்ஷனை பற்றி விரிவாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம்.
We're starting in 2 minutes. Once again, thank you for your patience. Just 2 minutes.
Q&Iன் அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியா என்ற முடிவை எடுப்பதிலும் இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. இந்த டாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸின் அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்க முடியும். Q&Iல் எந்த விஷயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அதை பற்றி ஆழமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் ஆப்ஷனும் இதில் கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பிட்ட முக்கியமான விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் கிளிக் செய்தால் அது உங்களை இந்த பக்கத்திற்கு கொண்டு வரும். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல, 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்டுடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங்.
Before I start, a small request. Please put your phones on silent mode. To everyone, even the team on ground, kindly put your phones on silent mode. We're about to start. Thank you. A very good evening to this August gathering, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to Q&I Today in the city of Chennai. Q&I Today is a groundbreaking educational event series that will traverse multiple cities across India, bringing together the brightest minds in education. This unique initiative is designed to foster meaningful dialogue and collaboration around the evolving landscape of education in India. This is not just an event. It is a celebration of ideas, collaboration, and innovation. And Q&I is a revolutionary education initiative by Thomson Digital, India's leading digital publishing solutions provider, founded by the promoters of India Today Group. Q&I is a conceptual breakthrough. It represents a paradigm shift in preparing students for competitive examinations from grades 8 to 12. And we are truly thrilled to have such a distinguished group of educational leaders, innovators, and decision makers gathered here today. And as we embark on this exciting journey, allow me to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible contributions each one of you has made to the field of education. Your dedication, passion, and commitment to nurturing young minds and shaping the future are truly inspiring. Can I please have a huge round of applause for each one of you? Thank you. Before I begin, please allow me to introduce our Executive Director and CEO, Mr. Vinay Singh. With over 30 years of distinguished experience, Mr. Singh has been a visionary leader in content communication technology, driving Thomson Digital's strategic growth across India, Mauritius, and US. Under his able leadership, the company has emerged as a key player in the global publishing industry, pioneering digital transformation and innovation. Mr. Singh's deep fascination with emerging technologies has fueled his commitment to driving innovation. His extensive background in scientific, technical, and medical content, along with educational materials from K-12 to higher education, now guide his focus towards advancing the edtech landscape in India. Leading Q&I, he leverages Thomson Digital's rich legacy to create transformative learning solutions that truly enhance student experiences nationwide. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Singh. Sir, thank you for gracing the event and joining us. Well, I also want to thank you all for your patience, and we have a packed agenda this evening, featuring engaging panel discussions, interactive sessions, and thought-provoking presentations. We hope these sessions will spark new ideas and inspire you all to take your initiatives to greater heights. Without much further ado, let's dive into the first segment of the day, which is our first panel discussion. And the topic, truly very close to all our hearts, is the future of personalized learning, how technology is changing the classrooms. And we're truly honored to have an esteemed panel of speakers for this discussion. May I please invite Dr. Bala Chandar, Senior Principal, Shri Dharam Chand Jain School, to join me on stage. Thank you for joining us, sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Vijay B., Principal, Shemford Futuristic School. Thank you for joining us, sir. May I please invite Mr. N.S. Dinesh, Director, Jayapriya Vidyalaya Group of Institutions. The next panelist is Mr. Kani Pandian R., Head Academics, Vijay Group of Institutions. Ms. S. Catherine Rebecca Vanita, Principal, Pond Vidyashram Senior Secondary School. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Joined by a Q&I team member, may I please invite Ms. Neha Agi, Head of Foundation and Learning Design at Q&I. Ms. Neha is a seasoned educational leader with over a decade of experience guiding IIT, JEE, and NEET aspirants. A prolific author of academic books, she has pioneered innovative experiential education methods and AI-driven learning solutions, making education more engaging and accessible. Driven by a passion for social impact, Neha strives to break down educational barriers, empowering students from diverse backgrounds to reach their full, unique potential. A big welcome to all the panelists for today. Now let's begin the panel discussion. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to today's panel discussion. I would like to repeat the topic. The topic is the future of personalized learning, how technology is changing the classrooms. And once again, we're truly thrilled to have an esteemed panel of educators, thought leaders, and experts in the field of education joining us today. Today's discussion will explore how technology, especially data-driven and AI, is reshaping education to be more adaptive, impactful, and engaging. We'll delve into key topics to gain insights into the future of personalized learning. The agenda for today looks like we will have a question for each of our panelists, and after the questions are answered, we'll also open the forum to our audience members. And we will talk about what does the future of personalized learning look like, how are the current school efforts complementing the future of personalized learning, what is the role of data-driven technology, and the impact of data analytics. So let's begin. The very first question for the panelists today is, how do you envision personalized learning complementing and strengthening teaching methods over the next 5 to 10 years? And may I request Vijay sir's thoughts on the same?
Namaste and happy evening to all of you. As an educator, I believe strongly in inner strength and determination. The question is happening about 5 to 10 years. We cannot wait for 5 to 10 years. It's very nearing, and the future of education lies in emerging technologies. And I, as an educator, envision myself and my students and the future generation to adopt the future technologies, which are AR and VR, augmented reality and virtual realities, to bring in the various concepts can be implemented to these technologies. And as an educator, we always to be a lifelong learner. An American architect says, Buckminster Fuller says, there is nothing in the caterpillar that is going to be a butterfly. But we educators believe that there is an inner strength, core strength and determination that the child is going to be a successful human being. To be a successful as the future of technology, where the students have to be a lifelong learners. For that, we teachers have to transform ourselves to facilitators and mentors and a coach. For that, more teacher empowerment programs are needed in various schools, and the collaboration between the higher education institutes to foster internships and experiential learning have to be implemented. So I strongly envision the future 2047 that to be the future generation who is going to be not 100%, more than 100% to be lying in technology, and that is we are approaching nowadays. Thank you so much for this question, ma'am.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, sir. And it's truly exciting to think how technology and AI is truly changing and transforming our classrooms for today. If I may take the next question for Catherine, ma'am. If you allow me, may I extend the question? Why do you think personalized learning is important for our students and for our teachers, number one? Second, what efforts are schools currently making to implement personalized learning, and how can these efforts be more widely embraced by our school leaders and our teachers? Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. The first question, why personalized learning? Personalized learning is the need of the hour. The thing is, suppose there are 40 students in a class. You need to cater to all of them. You must understand the needs of all of them. They have varying level of understanding. They are different type of learners. So that is the reason why personalized learning is important. And what schools are doing at present, if you could ask me, almost all the schools are increasingly focusing on personalized learning by leveraging technology, flexible teaching strategies, and tailored content in order to meet the needs of the students. All the schools are now integrating technology into their curriculum. So if I say integrating technology, like what is like? It is using the adaptive learning platforms. Using adaptive learning platforms, it is easy to adjust the content based on the progress of the student. And AI-powered tools, as we all know. AI-powered tools is used to track the performance and suggest what is best for the learner. So similarly, apart from technology, what is there, if you could ask me, then I can say it is flexible in curriculum. Now students have a choice, either in project or on the subjects. They can choose what they are interested on. And differentiated instructions in the classroom, catering to the needs of varying levels of understanding, it's a prime focus. And mentorship, again, it plays a major role. Small size classroom, the teacher will be able to have a mentorship kind of understanding each and everyone's needs. But if the classroom size is more, then again, it is a bit difficult for the teachers to cater to all their needs. One-to-one interaction isn't possible. Blended learning, traditional approach, plus with online resources. So that creates a platform that it's a hybrid model where it helps the schools to attain the need of us, to give a personalized learning experience. And as you have just spoken a few minutes before, data-driven So that is really using assessment and analytics. Helps us to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the children. So if you could ask me how to broaden it. So broaden it expands, first we need to create the awareness about technology and more workshops for teachers. And we should equip them with the required assessment for the students. And how as a teacher she can evaluate and understand the needs of the students. And next I could say R&D. And R&D is important, research and development, where it should give us divisions to understand, to help us to find out the techniques for personalized learning, like how to cater to the needs by using different tools, by techniques. I think this will broaden the scope further. Thank you.
Great response, ma'am. Thank you for sharing those insights. And we believe that true education happens when it adapts to students' needs and not the other way around. And your examples enumerate and highlight that as well. If I may dive a little deeper and take the next question to Kani Pandyan sir. So we've discussed why personalized learning is important and what efforts schools in general are making. If I could ask you, can you share certain examples, successful examples, of implementing personalized learning strategies within the classrooms? And what support did you need or would you require to implement them further? So over to you, sir.
Great evening, everyone. Thank you for throwing the question, ma'am. I would like to take a little more time to explain a few examples. First, I won't agree with the topic itself, personalized learning. I feel everything should be personalized in school for every student, not only in learning. So for that, what we did, I'll just share few examples. We introduced gamified education. You might be wondering what is gamified education. Most of the students play mobile games, correct? If you take Temple Run, they collect lot of coins. If they have coins, they'll move to the next level. That is the concept. During COVID time, we all know what work we were doing as a principals or as a management. Teachers were taking classes, we were just supervising, we have time. So during that time, I was just thinking why we can't implement this in our education system. So what I made the system is reward points in education. Like how they are collecting the coins in games, they collect coins in school. I'll tell you how. If the child is coming in proper uniform, he will get 5 reward points. If the child is completing homework properly every day, he will get 5 reward points. Like that, we have 25 criteria which focuses not only on academics, on discipline, on everything, marks, everything. We started implementing it soon after COVID, because you know after COVID how the discipline was in all the schools. To bring back the discipline, we started this criteria. When we started, as usual, there are 3 major things we have to focus before implementing any system. One is investment from the management. Second is empowering the teachers. Third is involvement from the parents. All these 3 were not there. Management is not ready to invest. You know the criteria during COVID time, 2.5 years, schools were shut, no fee collection, nothing. Teachers, we can train them in technology with the teachers who are born after 95 or like later period. It is very hard to bring 70s, 60s into education, technology. Second, third is parents' involvement. COVID lana mobile kudutinga. Why are you giving mobile now also? That was a question asked from the parents. Then we, from the management, decided we should not give up. We have to run the show. During that time, AI tools were not in peak. It was just the beginning, so it was not free, so we are not ready to use it. We were started printing the cards, wherein teachers have to enter the marks. If the child is coming in proper uniform with ID card, shoe, everything, they give 5 points. Like that, they have to give points. It has become very hectic. After 6 months or something, the AI tools have started coming out. we started using ChatGPT and we interlinked that with Excel sheet. A single person was managing the whole school's reward point system. So we have created a software now. We have a complete full-fledged software wherein we are able to enter the reward points. Now the next question is, what is the use of earning reward points? In games, if the student is earning reward points, the child will move to the next level. So which will make the student to run to collect the coin. Now that thirst we don't find when we give just reward points. Then what we did, monthly once we started giving no bag day. You need not bring your bags. On no bag day, some movies will be screened. You have the popcorn corner, you have sports, games, everything. If you have to be a part of those events, you should have certain reward points. Example, 200 reward points if you have, I'll give you a ticket for movie. You can go and enjoy the movie with your friends. If you want to buy a popcorn, give us 50 reward points, enough. We don't want any money. So what happened, first year, many were in the classroom. Teachers were taking classes. 50% of the students are watching movie. Just imagine how it will be. From the next month, they started running. Proper uniform, punctuality to school. They complete everything on time, and they started running towards the reward points. Even till now, we are following it up successfully. And the discipline, academic, everywhere we could see the drastic changes among the students. It is like since 3 years we are using that. And one more thing is, how many of you are using ChatGPT and Gemini in education? I do not know. Every day I use minimum 100 times ChatGPT and Gemini. If you do not use it, please start using it as a leaders. In a minute, you can create 10 lesson plans. In a minute, you can make 1,000 questions. Like however you want, you can customize. So in this way, we started personalizing the questions for students. What we did, instead of asking the teachers to make it, we started using the AI tools like ChatGPT and Gemini. Even for increasing their spoken English, we started using Gemini app. The new feature has come, so we started using it, which customize the learning for the students. So these are few examples, ma'am, which we are following successfully. Thank you, everyone.
Those are some fantastic strategies, sir. Thank you for sharing them with us. And technology can truly empower students to take ownership if used with the right approach and the right strategy. And the power of educational technology lies just not in innovation, but in its ability to truly bring out student potential. So thank you for sharing that. Diving a little bit deeper into technology and its impact into our classrooms, Ms. Neha, the next question, if I may request your thoughts on it. How do you think data-driven technology can truly address the diverse learning needs of the students in our classrooms? We've always believed that every student is unique. Right now, we are beginning to realize that we can implement personalized learning and realize that thought. So over to you, please.
Good evening, everyone. So personalized learning. So before we get into how data-driven technologies can help us, let me bring out some thoughts on why it is required. Why do we need data? And currently, what is it that we are doing? And then how technology can help us. So there are 4 stages in the process of learning, be it any philosophy. The learning stands on 4 stages. The first stage is the learner needs to be physically fit to learn in a particular environment. Once the physical needs are met, then comes the emotional well-being. If the learner is not emotionally centered, learning process will not start. The third stage is the mental development, where we talk about all the subjects, where we talk about sciences, mathematics, social sciences, and n number of subjects. Then comes the actual, learning. And the fourth stage is the entire psyche development of the learner. So we all are educators and we understand diversity to the core. Who best can understand than us? When it comes to crafting the physical setting, we are doing that since ages. when it comes to help our children being emotionally centered to start learning, we gather enough evidences from all the fellow teachers. We gather evidences in terms of behavior, we gather evidences in terms of conduct. Then we build our intuition on top of it. And we help our learners to be emotionally centered and start learning. That's how we do in our every weekly meetings, in monthly meetings, we gather data. We gather data about children from different teachers and all that. But when it comes to mental well-being, how many eyes do we have for mathematics? Do we gather enough information? Is that single teacher's information sufficient to build our intuition and give solution? When it comes to social sciences, when it comes to other subjects, what is the quantum of information that we have and what is the quantum of information that we should have is the question mark. We have limited resources, we have limited time, so we don't have enough information. A class of 40 students, as Catherine ma'am was suggesting, is full of different learning styles. And I was talking to one of the persons sitting here about the personalization, where one teacher is dominated with one learning style. And that learning style or that particular ability pass on to the classroom. So when I started teaching like 15 years back, with extreme pride I used to say my children are pro in trigonometry. But there is a hidden thing behind it. They were not pro in relations and functions. So being an applied mathematician myself, I was doing justice to applied mathematics, but not to the pure mathematics. And lately I realized, and I was shocked to understand that for 5 years I did this. I was taking pride in my abilities, transferring to my children, but simultaneously I was passing on, I was not doing justice to all the children who required pure mathematics. So with that thing, it is extremely important to expose our children to all the abilities, and with single person sitting in the classroom is not enough. So we need multiple experts in multiple skills to pass on that learning to our children. Multiple eyes we require to build our intuition on top of it and give right solution to our children and to make them future ready. And when multiple things comes up, technology has to get in through that. So with one resource, I may not get enough data, and my take would be to bring in the AI and bring in more eyes, bring in more data, and then develop intuition for mental well-being and psyche development.
That's a very insightful response. I'm picking one thing. AI helps you to bring in the I, the individual in every student. So thank you for sharing that. And do we all agree data doesn't just measure, it teaches. It shows the pathway to student and teacher success. So once again, thank you for sharing those thoughts. Let's move on to how technology and data-driven approach can ease the load for our students and teachers. If I may ask Dinesh sir, how can education technology ease out the burden for teaching and learning for both teachers and students, and especially help reduce stress levels? So your thoughts, please.
My pranam and prem to all. It's a very good topic actually. When they unveiled the topic, I was so much fascinated because I felt it's the need of the hour. And as the question itself has, how would it help? At the same time, how would it reduce the stress of both teachers and students as well? So as a pedagogical leader or any leadership role, I assume, I always believed I may not have answer for all my students or my teachers' questions, but I ensure that I equip myself or I network myself that I know where to get the answers. Somewhere or the other, I sneak in, I get the answers done. So it is not humanly possible for us to have all the answers, but we can certainly get the route where and what to get. So this is what even I advocate all my teachers. If we can prepare our children, right, to look for answers, where to look and what to look, if that's the way we're going to equip our children, I think 90% of the stress is eased out. And when it comes to, I'll take 2 examples of reducing the burden of teachers. The most of the parent complaints comes on, the notebook corrections, right? Notebook corrections itself, right? Teachers don't correct it properly and, those things. And I also saw a company came up with a beautiful solution. They said, you just scan the scripts and they get it all corrected and give you all the analysis report. That was a very beautiful thing. But one thing which I wanted all teachers to first accept is, let's not look at this whole concept of technology or AI as our enemy. It's going to be our friend. If you can make it as your friend, if you can make it as your companion, then your whole mindset gets changed, because no AI or no technology can ever replace a teacher. They can give you a data, but you need a teacher to interpret the data. They can tell you where to go and what to go, but you need a teacher to facilitate the journey for the children. As ma'am was also pointing it out, the mental well-being of children, and that is which is very important, and that's the highest role I believe what a teacher should have. Because I used to tell my teachers often, our role is not going to be like what Google and AI can do. We should be doing more than that. When on that context, the emotional management or the mental well-being of children comes handy. And sir was also referring, how many teachers use Gemini or, the Meta AI or the ChatGPT. I think more than teachers, I think students are well versed in that. When teachers can take questions with Meta AI, students can find the answers with Meta AI. most of the homeworks that we give, even my child, whenever he sits, solving his sums, he just types it in the Meta AI, gets the answers, and he solves it that very easily. One way or the other, that's very beautiful. I know my child or my students know where to get the answers, and the interpretation or the facilitation can very beautifully happen with the teachers. So the highest role which can ease out our responsibility, if we can train children, right, habituated, or get them practiced and give them the experience of hunting for the resources and getting it to a network, and also that will actually reduce a lot of our burdens in terms of duplications, because we have a lot of tools now. We need not repeat the lesson plans, we need not repeat the classes. There are many ways which will actually reduce the burden of teachers. But one thing is, as sir was also saying, during COVID, yes, we all had a tough challenge of getting ourselves, friendly with the technology. But we should, attribute to all the teachers, be it any age group, they did it. They did it. Every one of us did it. That stands as a very beautiful example for us, which says we can actually accommodate and, ourselves to any challenges that we face. That shows that as teachers, we can prepare our children for the future, because we are not only looking at what is at the present, we are more looking at how do we prepare children for the future as well. Because there's a very beautiful Buddhist saying that says, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. When the student is truly ready, the teacher disappears. So we cannot be, completely traveling along with the children for the rest of their lives. But what is the path that we have shown as a Google map, right? If you are able to set it very clear for the children, I think they will have their own journey and they will fare well and they reach the epitome of success in life. So I believe that's the highest responsibility of teachers, to make children take responsibility of their learning. Because there is the word is not about personalized teaching, it's all about personalized learning. Once they take responsibility of their learning, I think it's all over. On that case, taking responsibility, and another very impactful role of a teacher, I personally believe, is how do you make children as curious learners? Be it any subject, science, maths, English, whatever it is. If you can invoke the curiosity in the child, then they will start looking for it. Not just feeding of information or not feeding of data. Instead, just make them curious about it. If that is how we start looking at the whole process of teaching, I think learning will itself be taken care, because the resources are there everywhere, and students, actually I believe more than us, they know where to get it. Right? Thank you.
Wonderful, truly fantastic, sir. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and insights. Brings a curious thought to head. Whenever we encounter something novel, something new, we have 3 stages. First is, oh no, what is this? Second stage is, I'm not sure, do we explore, do we try? Third stage is after trying, oh, okay, this is great. But I think as educators and school leaders, the cycle does not apply. Anytime something new is given to you all, the first response is, how do we make the best use out of it? And that's what's happening with technology. And as long as school leaders like you all are at the helm of affairs, I think the future looks very bright. So thank you for sharing those thoughts. Which brings me to my last question. We've spoken about 2 stakeholders, teachers and students. There's a third stakeholder in student learning, their upskilling, their upbringing, and that's parent. We often hear school leaders and educators talk about how they have to tutor the parents as well, especially when it comes to technology. So if I may ask Dr. Balachandar, how can educators and parents collaborate to support personalized learning, both at home and in school? And if you could share some examples as well. So over to you.
Good evening, and all the educators gathered over here. And the question is definitely a need of the hour. As my fellow panelists put it rightly, personalized learning is a new educational approach which is tailored to meet the needs and interests of each learner to foster their achievement and growth. Having said that, as my fellow panelists rightly said, we have to strike a balance between the teachers and the parents. As the saying goes, parents are the second teachers at home and teachers are the second parents at schools. So we need to definitely collaborate, which is critical indeed. No doubt, personalized learning transformed digital naives into digital natives. But again, it is one of the tools, it's not the only tool. The reason National Edu Forum, which was conducted here in Chandigarh, one famous education evangelist, advocated very strongly, you cannot replace chalk and talk method because over there, you have a human connectivity. But again, social and emotional developments also is at stake. Earlier they were talking about authentic learning, augmented learning, machine learning, IoT. During my time, I am 65 plus, so I've been in the education sector for more than 40 years, but I've been seeing all the changes. And definitely Mr. Grease, I think if I'm calling the name wrongly, probably, and yes. Dinesh, as I told very clearly, it's a question of updation. We have to change our mindset from time to time. If we are not updated, we are truly outdated. So we need to be always on the race. Recently, a young boy completing just 3 years, 8 months, and 19 days become the youngest rated Fed ranking chess player, scoring 1,555 points. That is thanks to personalized learning. He was in a school where he was coached by some chess master, and his mother found, when he asked him to go for all the games and cartoons, he had a declined interest towards all those stuff. But he was watching the chess very keenly, and having noticed that, he had been asked to go to Dibendra Barua, the former grandmaster from Bengal. Now you see, look at his achievements. That thanks to, again, personalized learning. And one more glaring example, Usain Bolt. Who does not know Usain Bolt? The man began a lot of world records in 100 meters with 9.58 seconds and in 200 meters with a 19.19 seconds, which people think no human ever can pass that record. But how many of you know the real story behind that? Actually, when he went to the ground for the athletic events for the 100 and 200 meters, he was discarded, he was sidelined, and all the coaching experts felt he had a longest lower limb, which is not fit for the sprint even. But he proved biomechanics theory wrong. So he had a personalized learning, he believed in the collaboration with his coach and mentor. Look at the strides. Each of his strides covers 2.5 meters. So that he can cover 100 meters in 40 strides. You know, I think you understood what is stride. Stride is nothing but the gap between the 2 feet. And he accumulated speed. He beautifully blended speed and strides. That's why he became a master sprinter. So please don't discard the learners as such. So they have a personal interest. They have a personal pace. Even now, recently I went to one of the videos in YouTube. A person called Isaac Barry. I don't know how many of you know that. At the age of 12 years, he started making merry. And people are after him. He's been invited in almost all the IITs as a guest lecturer. And he's the youngest ever registered in New York University. And people call him as a god of maths. Unbelievable stuff. Again, I'm really salute to Q&I for bringing this personalized learning topic as a main agenda. It is hitting the headlines. Started gathering momentum. It's awakening call for all of us. Of course, I am not a brand ambassador for the personalized learning. But what I mean to say is, it has its own merits. As the nuances of modern schooling says, add more to your repertoire to stand chances to be the cut over the rest. That's the reason why we are gathered here. And it's not that we are the panelists or the only educators here. There are plenty of educators down, and you people have a better information, and it's a question of how to exchange our views. You are maybe a silent spectators over there. This collaboration between the parents and the teachers is just 5 key points. Number 1, establish open communication channels. But question comes to immediately to your mind, are you doing it really? Are you open to the parents? But we have to have it to make personalized learning in its peak or in its elements. Number 2, co-create individual learning plan. That is a main thing being advocated by personalized learning. Next, create resource at home for the children. Use technology for collaboration. As Madam Catherine told, that leverage all the tools and everything, artificial intelligence, augmented reality. We give the different names. I'm telling you, personalized learning is a covering fire. It's like a covering fire for the entire battalion or troop to gain its ground on its D-Day. That's very important. Finally, you have to zero in on your goals and set targets. You have to collaborate continuous basis with the parents to make personalized learning a success mantra. But of course, when I talk about this collaboration, I think this time schedule is not sufficient, of course. We could keep on talking length and breadth. That the same thing is opined and aired by almost all the panelists over here. Not an easy task, but it can be felt only through by experience and expertise. And once again, I thank you all my panelists for listening very passionately to me, and also my fellow educators, all are brimming with confidence. And I know most of them over here, and they are all very successful leaders already. It's only a question of adding one more gallows to the repertoire, and you're going to become very successful educators. Thank you once again for the Q&A India today, for giving me a great opportunity. Thank you, ma.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, your insights, sir. And we believe the thoughts shared by each and every panelist truly resonated with our audience members. With that, we come to the end of our panel discussion. A big thank you to each one of you. But before I conclude, we would like to open the forum for maybe one question from the audience members for any of our panelists. Anybody would like to ask a question to any of our panelists, we would love to take that question. Team, please do help the audience out with mics. Anybody has a question they would like to ask the panelists, we can take it up right now. No one? So last time, anybody would like to ask a question, or shall we come to the conclusion? Conclusion? All right. Sorry, sir?
So likewise, ma'am was asking any question. This is what the problem is. We don't give a chance for the students to ask questions because we don't have the habit of art of questioning it. Any question? But asking the... Absolutely, correct. Yes, I do agree with this, ma'am. Yes. So to add the value of, to conclude with the... Yes. So we always have the mic in our throat, right? Our throat box is open. So to add value to this personalized learning, let the students take up the responsibility, as Dinesh has said, as student-led conferences or role plays. The topics already there. Newton's law of motion is already there, they know. But how do we implement the strategies of personalized learning and give them the space for the children to come into have their own learning? Either along the self-paced programs can be organized, and lot of ways to implement those personalized learning to bring into school curriculum. But we can have wall-less classroom or limitless classroom and so on. So thank you so much for the audience. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to our panelists as well as our audience. You all were very patient and we truly appreciate it. We've had some very important points raised during the panel discussion, some interesting perspectives and insights shared. The future of personalized learning looks very promising, especially as technology is going to help us make it more accessible, engaging, and impactful. With that, let's wrap up this discussion. Once again, thank you to each one of you. However, before we move on to the next segment, may I please invite Ms. Dharmesh Thakur, Senior Vice President, Operations, to kindly give a token of appreciation to each of our panelists for their time, efforts, and consideration. We're truly grateful to you, and this is our way of showing a little gratitude. So thank you so much, ma'am. May I please request you to be on the stage? Thank you, Mr. Vijay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dinesh, sir. Wait for a photograph. Catherine, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's hear a huge round of applause. Thank you. Neha? We would still like to appreciate. Ma'am, can I request you to stay back for a group photograph? Once again, thank you to our panelists. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. Now, we are excited to move into a segment that speaks directly to the heart of innovation and progress in education. At Q&I, we believe in the power of personalization and the transformative impact of adaptive learning. Q&I is a bridge that connects students to their fullest potential, that creates an environment where every student can thrive, regardless of their starting point. In a world where technology is reshaping every aspect of life, education cannot afford to stand still. This presentation is an invitation to imagine how we as educators can harness these advancements to make learning more engaging, more effective, and more meaningful for our students, teachers, educators, and parents. I now invite you all to not just listen, but to envision how this approach can transform classrooms, ignite curiosity, and truly empower students to take control of their learning journeys. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Anurag Chandra, who is the Head of Product and Business Operations at Q&I Today.
Thank you.
Welcome, Anurag.
Thank you.
A little bit about Mr. Chandra. He's an alumnus of IIT Kanpur with around 20 years of experience in the education space. He has authored several academic books for JEE and a bestseller fiction titled The Ramayana Secret in 2018. He comes with comprehensive experience in several top edtech companies in different roles in content, product, and business. Mr. Chandra, thank you for coming to this stage.
Thank you.
And we request you to kindly take our audience through the Q&I vision, story, and what is it that truly sits in all our hearts. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have this working? Yeah. Good evening, school leaders and educators. Thank you for coming, taking time out today and coming over to attend the conclave and sharing your insights on the future of personalized learning. There are quite a few insights that we would carry home with us, and some of them we are also going to work out and incorporate in the solutions that we have been building for the past few years. What I am here for over the next 15 to 20 minutes is to just give you a brief glimpse of what we as an organization are working in the educational space, and we will talk a little bit about the thought and the vision that we have in mind and how we have gone ahead and built this particular solution offering. And then probably at a later point in time, we will definitely want to get in touch with you individually at your schools to help us understand what are the challenges, what are the innovations that you are bringing in, and if there is a possibility for us as an organization to come and complement and work and collaborate with your respective schools. So we are going to spend the next 15-20 minutes talking about that. But before we get into that, let me give you a brief introduction of the organization that we are representing here. So Q&I is basically a program offering, a product offering that comes from Thomson Digital. Thomson Digital is a part of the larger India Today group. So we have various companies in media and education. So we are Thomson Digital, and we are an organization that has been into the space of providing content
and technology solutions to global scientific, technical, medical, educational publishers for over 50 years now. So we have been working with a lot of customers in North America, Europe, and other places, and we have a global presence. We have been working out to work on their content and providing them technology solutions. But over the last 4 or 5 years, with the way educational landscape was changing with the introduction of technology, we felt that it was very interesting. And India being such a land with so much of opportunities, we felt that it was the right time for us to start working on creating something for our own. And that is when the idea of Q&I germinated. So Q&I, when we started to look into it, there was a lot of research, a lot of surveys that went behind figuring out what we wanted to do in the Indian educational land space, market space. And we figured out that primarily for the K-12, especially for the K-12 market segment, there are a huge number of students who are actually preparing for various examinations, be it the board examinations, be it the competitive examinations, but there is a lot of stress involved. There are lots of unanswered questions involved, and there are still a lot of players already existing in the market. So that was one unique opportunity which was flooded with market players, but we wanted to understand if there was something significant that we could impact there, because we saw some obvious challenges there, and during the course of our interactions with the various stakeholders, including education leaders like you, the parents, the students, and also the various players in the market, we figured out there was a fundamental problem despite there being a number of solutions already on offer. When we are talking especially for the 11th and 12th space, where the children tend to become focused on the careers ahead, they start to focus on competitive examinations, be it engineering, university, medical, any examination, they start to get weaned away from the regular schooling model. Chennai, Tamil Nadu, as such, has been a huge, a place where a lot of students seriously prepare for these examinations. I, coming from that background, I know rank 9th was from Chennai itself in my year. So we have lots of, Chennai and Tamil Nadu as a whole is probably a more matured market in terms of schools and other players offering these solutions. So probably that you all have already worked on a few aspects to bridge the gap that's being offered by the school and the after-school programs that cater to the preparation for these exams. Overall, this was one challenge that came up when we were doing the research. While school was focused on providing holistic development of the child, was focused on the board success of the child, was providing them a safe and sanitized environment, there was a parallel learning structure that was being built by after-school programs where they focused on competitive examinations, the success of these students there. They focused on probably a few star teachers, their results over the years to attract students. The result was that the students who had to prepare for both the board examination as well as any of these competitive examinations that they might opt for, they had to choose between one of the two because the set of teachers were different. That is how it started. So there were two sets of teachers teaching the same syllabus probably, but in a different way. So as a student, you had to choose between one of the two. As much as, that impacted so much that around 20% of the students, the data suggests that almost 20% of the students who move out of regular schooling post-class 10th were doing so because they wanted to prepare for these competitive examinations. And that led to a culture of dummy schools coming into picture and various other things. And a lot of places still face a lot of problems. Chennai, as I understand, you already have been through all that. And Chennai already is a pioneer in terms of integrating and bringing school integrated programs where you get your children to prepare within the premises as well. And that is one of the solutions that comes to your mind naturally. So as a school, I'm catering to board, get somebody who is catering to competitions from outside and probably work out with them. It could either be in the format where we allow them the attendance and the students go and study at their centers, or we ask them to come and start teaching in our school itself. But that is just a makeshift arrangement. The long-term arrangement cannot be having this kind of a thing. So we have to have a truly complementing program, not a competing program where you have different aspirations. The after school program coming in with their own curriculum and syllabus, and you completely segregate your students and provide them the students. So that is not going to work. The second thing that was happening was most of these players were still focusing on group studies, providing them solutions that cater to students in a larger group. The focus on an individual student was still missing. Over the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of people have started working on personalizing things, but personalization in the true sense of it, in terms of these examinations where we are able to identify the unique learning gaps of the child, catering to them at an individual level is still a challenge. Because a lot of times teachers will come to the school or teach them at the center for 3 hours, and then the individual gaps are not looked at by those teachers, probably because it's perception based. So that was the one-size-fits-all approach that was still being adopted, even if schools were opting for collaboration there. So that is something that needed to change. We could move to individual student focus with the kind of technologies that we have been building, and we should employ that. The third was providing that safe and sanitized environment. A lot of places, I don't know about Chennai in that sense, but a lot of places in North India, students have to move out to larger cities or places where they can get the right kind of preparation to compete in these examinations. So that causes a lot of stress. Moving out of the safe environment of the school in those 2 years to prepare for these examinations is a big challenge for the parents as well. Within the school, they have spent 10, 12 years. That is probably the best place where they can learn and then perform optimally. So this is something that we felt was needed based on the responses that we gathered from the research that we conducted. And that is when the solution of Q&I came about. At a very macro level, what Q&I does is collaborates with the schools. Collaborates not in the sense of asking them to provide us with students or asking them to give us students who we can teach outside. We are not a coaching center. We are an enabler. So we are a technology company, a content technology company that structures content to personalize the learning, fill the learning gaps, identify the learning gaps. We structure the content in such a way. And then we work in a fashion that we truly collaborate with the schools to give an integrated learning program. The second thing that we focus on is providing personal attention to every student needs. So when a child comes to our program, and when we ask them to go ahead and solve questions as homework, as assessments, it is not limited to just finding their ranks. It is not limited to just finding how many questions they were able to solve in a given time. For us, the bigger point is to understand what is it that is preventing them from going to the next level. So we focus on building their learning skills. Q&I started with grades 11th and 12th, as you might understand. We started working on the competitive examinations. But in the last 1 year, with the schools that we have collaborated, from their requests as well, we have now built a solution starting from grades 8 to 12, where in grades 8, 9, and 10, we do not focus on a particular examination. We do not say that we prepare you for becoming engineers. We do not prepare you for becoming doctors. What we focus on at that stage is to help you build your learning skills. So we have lots of people, educationists as well in our panel, in advisory boards as well, and they have helped us carve out a curriculum and content wherein the content that's there sits with a lot of structuring involved. As I said, Thomson Digital has been into the space of providing content, structuring content for lots of global publishers. So that has been our bread and butter. So the way we look at content is quite unique. When we look at content, we do not look at it as a question to ask the student. We look at various other things, whether that question helps the child build his application skills, whether the question helps build evaluation skills, knowledge skills, analyzing of the information that's provided. So there are various levels at which we operate and tag the content. So when a child attempts a particular question, there are essentially 27 pieces of information that we derive from one single question. And that is how the content is structured. once that question is structured, we are able to understand where exactly the child is. And that's how we personalize it to the most granular level. The program that we have come up with works completely in collaboration with the schools. It completely sits within the school premises. It does not operate outside. So the focus for us is that the child who enrolls in a Q&I program has to stay at school, not at home. Stay at school, learn. We are going to enable whatever gaps are there, whatever needs to be bridged to be able to take you to the next higher level that we have collaborated for. The fourth thing that it does is it reduces the burden of the teachers in terms of taking assessments and understanding your child, your students at an individual level. You have to take assessments. The way we have created this program, the Q&I product that sits at the core of it, that personalizes, gives you gathers a lot of information, and then it is able to provide you with a one-click real-time dashboards and reports, which you can simply use to understand in a very, very simplified manner where your child is, what are the gaps, where they need to work on. So that helps the teachers as well. Obviously, with the kind of technology that comes in, the personalization that we start to bring in, which has its own differentiating points, we are able to create a technology solution in tandem with the school that stands out. Stands out in a sense that no other player is working towards that, and that makes the school also stand out in terms of the adoption of technology. It's not a simple chat GPT or a Gemini solution that we are trying to bring into the school. Obviously they are good, but what we are looking at is a more foundational or a more fundamental level of understanding the gaps. With the kind of solution that we work out with the schools, we will work towards improved results and higher retention of students. So these are the measures of success that we define the day we begin the program. And every school will have their own unique needs there. So we work with the school before implementing the program. We sit with you for 3 months. We design what are going to be the success factors, what are going to be the challenges. We iron out so that the truly integrated program can begin. This is at a very macro level. Q&I provides an integrated program in the school with the help of technology to help students prepare for competitive examinations in grades 11th and 12th, and for building their foundational strategic learning skills in the grades 8, 9, and 10. So that is at a very macro level. The subjects that we offer in 11th and 12th, sciences and maths. So you have physics, chemistry, maths, you have biochemistry and physics. For 8, 9, and 10, we focus on the subjects maths, science, and social science for now. We are working towards building the content because the way we look at content, it takes time for us. It's not just gathering questions for us. It takes a lot of time for us to actually tag them and structure them in a proper format so that we can enable the students to attempt those questions and for the teachers to gather insights from that. So we are working on the other subjects as well, languages as well, but it'll take probably another academic year. So this is what we are offering at a macro level. On a more micro level, how do we implement this solution at the school? The cycle or the circle that you see is what we call the learning cycle. And we believe that whenever a child comes into any system, any learning system, we have to ensure that the whole cycle gets completed. There are no open loopholes which can hinder in the progress of the child. So this is something that we have tried to build with the help of experts at Q&I. When a child enrolls in the program, when we start to work with the school and Q&I agree that we are going to employ this solution within the school premises, what we begin with is a diagnostic test. So we come to your school, you say that 11th and 12th standard students are going to go ahead and work with the Q&I solution. So these students will come, attempt a diagnostic test on our platform. The diagnostic test gives us information about the child. We understand what are the prerequisite skills that the child is lacking, what are the skills that they are good at. Once we have an understanding of that, we design a short-term bridge course. Because before beginning the program, suppose the class 10 students have to begin with a class 11th program. So between 10th and 11th, there is a major shift, right? So once we understand the gaps that are there in the learning of the child at grade 10 level, we are able to provide a bridge course which will help the child who is still falling short of the required prerequisite skills to come at least at par with the other students when we begin the regular learning program. So that is what the intention of the diagnostic test and the bridge course is. Now, we come to the second stage of learning. Now, the learning that Q&I provides happens in multiple models. As I said, it happens within the school, but what is the model? So there are two models that we work with. One is the on-site model, where our teachers physically get stationed at the school. So if you opt for grades 8, 9, 10th and 11th, 12th, for example, you say that you want your students to be prepared for JEE in 11th and 12th, and 8, 9th and 10th, we will have our foundation teachers. 8, 9 and 10 is what we call foundation. So we have our set of foundation teachers dedicated to your school. So they will not come for 3 hours on 3 days and teach at a coaching center. They are going to be fully dedicated, staying at the school from the morning hours till after school hours. So if you have a school till 8 to 2, they will stay from 8 to 4. 8 to 2, they are going to teach the students who are enrolled in the Q&I program the maths and science subjects, while you take 2 periods to teach them the other 2 subjects that they have also opted for. From 2 to 4, when we understand the gaps and provide them the doubts and the remediation right there in the class for that particular day. So that ways we are able to complete the whole learning cycle within that day. If that's not possible over the week, Saturdays are used to provide tutorials to them. So that is the first model, where our teachers get stationed within the school. They spend the complete week within the school. The second model is a hybrid model, where our master experts deliver the classes live from the studios, while we initially work with your teachers so that they are able to be present in the class while the classes are relayed on the smart boards live, and we together are able to provide the learning to the child. So these are the 2 models that we work with. Some evolved places where you already have that experience of integrating integrated programs for these competitive examinations. You might already have specific teachers dedicatedly doing this. There is a third model that we prescribe. The third model is, at the whole core of any solution that we are building is that Q&I personalized adaptive learning platform. So even if you have certain teachers who are dedicatedly working towards that, you already have a structured program there, we will be able to sit comfortably there to provide you with that bridging of providing that personalization to every child. So in that case, we work with your teachers to provide you and implement the Q&I platform learning solution within the school. So we work with your teachers, the entire homework, practice, everything can happen on the Q&I platform, and you're able to get the insights and take actions. So for places like Chennai, where you already are working on such programs, this is the third model that we have carved out for you. Now, once the learning happens in the class, either in the on-site model or the hybrid model or with your teachers, what we move next is to practice. Once the child learns, you obviously assign them certain homework, you obviously assign them certain assessments. All these happen on the Q&I platform. And to take these tests, so because it requires internet connection, it requires you to have a device. So again, there are 2 ways to do it. Either the child or the school provides the lab facilities and the child already has a device. But a lot of places, school leaders as well as parents said that they do not want to give a device to the child where they can access internet freely. So to that end, we have worked out with companies. We have created a software that can go into the device. So we also provide devices. We don't sell them. We just get them for you. We provide a software in that device that will limit the access to the child. So they will only be able to access the Q&I applications and the live classes software that we have employed in that, and any learning material that the teachers would want to put in. So that access related issue is solved for in the solution that we are providing. So post-learning, the practice assessment, all of that happens on the Q&I platform. Once the child starts to practice, do questions, as I said, the way we have structured the content, we are able to gather a lot of useful insights. Each question, 27 levels of different information that we gather. Based on those insights, we are able to generate a lot of deep analytics. Take that information and publish that information in a simplified manner that the student can understand, that the teachers can understand to take immediate action. Now, since we also have AI models working at the background, these actions or the recommendations are also done from the platform. So even if the child doesn't go and put his mind to what I need to do, the platform is self-sufficient to also prescribe certain list of tasks that they need to do to move to the next level. The second aspect of the deep analytics that we provide is generally when we look at tests or generally when we look at numbers and we give a percentage. So if I say that a child has scored 80% in maths, generally what we associate it with is his accuracy was 80% in the exam that we conducted, right? But in examinations, competitive examinations, there are other aspects that you look at when you're talking about proficiency in a chapter. So when I say that this particular child is proficient in mathematics, we do not just mean that he solves questions, 80 questions out of 100. That is one of the factors. For us, the kind of data that we have and the kind of implementation, technical implementation that we have done, we associate proficiency with multiple things. Accuracy. A child has to be accurate to be termed proficient. The child has to have a certain level of speed of solving questions because these examinations are time tests. So you take 2 hours to solve a question is not going to help this. So there is a speed element that's involved when we say that the child is proficient in maths, physics, or whatever subject. The third is the complexity of the problems that he's solving. I give you all easy questions, you are able to solve them quickly, and you are able to get a good accuracy, but that does not make you proficient. So the complexity of questions that you're solving at a topic level, at a chapter level, is a factor in telling whether a child is proficient or not. The fourth factor is the coverage of the syllabus. It is an examination where you have to ace, right? So I have a big chapter with 5 topics. So I divide a chapter into topics, topics into concepts. I probably focus on 2 concepts, I master them. But there are 3 other concepts that are still left. I have not touched them. Can I be called proficient in that chapter? No. So the coverage of syllabus again is added to the proficiency. So this is just to give an idea of the depth to which we go, and that is why we call our analytics deep analytics. The vision for Q&I is that we want to build a Google map for learning. Just like today, everybody, even if we know where we have to go, we still put Google Maps on our phone because we want to be mentally prepared about how much time am I going to take, should I change my direction, that's important. Similarly for learning, the day I come and start a program and I know when I'm going to take the final examination, I know my destination, I know my initial date, there should be a system that guides me along the path. I take a test, I take practice, it should tell me that, hey, your destination is there, you have this much time left. The way you are going, you probably are going in the right manner, you probably need some course correction. So that information is available real time and we don't have to wait for monthly test, quarterly test, mock test. Every single day the child gets to know if they are going in the right direction. If they are going in the right direction, all is hunky-dory. If not, what needs to be done? So that information is also provided in a very simplified manner. So as I said, we will be coming back to your individual schools and talking about the solution in detail. We will have our team members visit your school and demonstrate the entire platform to you with the data that we have on how exactly this idea of building the learning roadmap for child has been implemented. So that is the kind of analytics that we pride ourselves on, and that differentiates us from a lot of existing solutions out in the market. Once we have the analytics, once we know what the child needs, once we know the child's strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, hurdles, all these areas, now next what? Now next step is to work on certain areas where we can convert the child from opportunity to strength. Because strength, if a chapter or a topic becomes your strength, you'll be able to score in the examinations, right? So we now know out of 5,000, 10,000 students on my platform, which student is at an opportunity area for which topic. We are able to target that child, invite them specifically for live tutorial sessions. So we conduct these tutorial sessions the whole week, and we identify the children based on the data. We invite them only if they require those tutorials. So A topic, if you are already strong, I don't need to call you for that particular topic. But if you are in opportunity zone, if I give you a 1-hour capsule course on that topic, you probably move to the next level. So this is the live need-based tutorial that we provide to the students at the end of the practice and the assessment that happens at a topic level. These tutorials are at a topic level. So for us, it is subject. Within subject, you have chapters. Within chapters, you have topics. Within topics, you have concepts. So that is the granularity that we go to. And at topic level, we provide these tutorials. So this is how we are able to complete the entire learning cycle for the child. Again, in any model, on-site, the physical teachers are going to take care of the entire thing. In the hybrid model, we work to impart the learning, take the data. We have an academic success manager that collaborates with the school, and then we provide these tutorials that the child can take on the device itself, right? So this is how these are done. So this is at a macro and micro level, what we are offering, how we are offering. There are lots of detailing that goes inside it, but I will not touch upon that because that is customizable. So when I say that we want to come to your school and explain to you about the product and the offering, we want to understand what is the need. Because for us, we are not a solution that is going to fit in right in the manner that we have built in. We understand, customize it, the broader contours are there, we work out a solution that works best for you. So that is when we will come and talk and demonstrate the entire platform, the offerings. We spent 3 months with the schools to devise the academic plan because it has to be in sync, right? So we work out what will work with the school and then begin the program. So the next 3 months is spent doing that before we actually go into the implementation phase. So this is what, in a nutshell, Q&I is all about. Now the next question, obvious question would be, you are new in the market, you are telling a lot of things. They might sound good, but have you implemented it anywhere? So we have started building Q&I for the last 4 years. So it's not something that came during the COVID. We began prior to that. We did not launch in COVID. We launched after COVID. So we are not a product of the COVID era. We started working on a solution, and probably the way the features or the program offering is explained, you would also appreciate that it is quite unlike the other players that are focused only on the students. Here, our focus is to reach to the students through the teachers and teachers at school who are trained to teach, who are not there just because they want to make a few bucks. So for us, the teachers are those who are actually trained to teach. So we work out a solution within the school. We launched, so the product came about in November 2022. We began the session, the last academic session that just went by. We started with 50 schools. We were not launching it big time. We were focusing on a few schools to understand what works best, work closely with them, because when we associate with a school, we want to produce results as well. So last year was spent doing that. Approximately 5,000 students did come on the platform for various stages as paid users. Out of the schools that were participating in the program, we had a batch of 270 students who actually went ahead and took the JEE main test in January 2024, and 15% of those appearing in these examinations, which was around 42 students, they scored more than 90 percentile in these examinations, the highest being 99.83, and this highest percentile came from a student from a government school in Delhi. So that is something that, again, we pride ourselves on, because that is where the opportunity is. If your solution is truly good, you will be able to create opportunities or success stories where there is limitation of resources. And that is something that we pride ourselves on, not just the score that we get, but also on the kind of students that we get. And that also encouraged us to start approaching state governments as well. So I also get a lot of questions from various places that I go to, that do you have something for the government school students where they do not have resources? So that is also something that we are taking care of. We work both kinds of solutions, both for the private schools and for the state government schools as well. So this is the story so far for us. Now the vision for us, or the plan for us for the next academic year, which is 2025-26, is to visit or launch the program in 40 cities across the country. 40 cities, every city, 50 schools is what we are aiming to target, just like we have an event here. We would look at 50 top schools at Chennai, progressive schools who are looking at trying out these things, and we will talk to them, we will collaborate with the few schools, and try to reach out to the learners and then create the success story for the next year. So this is the focus area for us. We are not going to go ahead and release ads and get students on board. We are going to focus on schools in these cities and try to build that solution offering. We want to work in close collaboration with you to script a success story and not just sell the program. So numbers for us is not important. It is the value that we will bring in that is important for us. So this is the plan for us going ahead in the next academic year. These are some of the testimonials of the various places that we have been to, some of the principals and educators. But again, once we come and talk to you about the details of the program, you also get a sense of how detailed the offerings are. Probably you'll be able to appreciate it more. And with this, I end the introduction of Q&I. What we can do now is, once we break for the networking break, my team is around. They'll be reaching out to you as well. We will be here in the city, so we also have an office in Chennai. So we have our physical presence in Chennai, again in the digital solution space, not as a coaching center, but in the digital solution. So we have our offices here. So any day of the week, next week or the week after, any day that you would want us to visit and explain to you about our offerings so that you also start to get a sense of whether you would collaborate or not, we are very, very eager to do that. Beyond that, starting 3rd to 6th of December, we have a planned visit here of my team members. So between 3rd to 6th of December, if you can provide us some time, 40 minutes, 45 minutes of your time, we will be very happy to visit you and demonstrate the entire set of offerings, talk to you about what your strength or what is the solution that you are looking at, customize a proposal for you and send it and then take it forward. Everything might not materialize, but we want to come and talk to you, speak to you. Even if we are not doing business, we are probably going to get the insights from people like you where the market has been involved, and we would also try to improve on that. So this is the idea. My team would be around during the working break, 2 minutes to provide us with a meeting slot in the coming week, in the week after, and we'll be very glad to come and explain it to you. For now, this is the overall presentation for Q&I. I'll open the forum for any queries, any feedback, suggestions that you may have and could be useful to the gathering as well. Right, sir. Right. We'll provide that. So when we say those 27 components, we arrive at in a very logical manner. So 27, when we say 27, generally a question is easy, medium, and difficult, right? 3 levels. Within these 3 levels, we have created 9 levels. So simple is 9, medium is 9, and complex is 9. So that makes it 27. And how we arrive at that is something very, again, just like proficiency, we have arrived at those 27 levels very objectively. So we will definitely love to speak about it. Talking about it here, probably it'll be a bit more, but we work on that. So complexity of the problem is divided into 27 levels. It's basically a 3 into 3 into 3 matrix that we have created, logically as far as we have thought. The solution works for 8 to 12. 8, 9, and 10, we do not focus on any exam. For us, it is always the foundational skills that we need to provide to the students, and then they'll be able to go ahead and create a name for themselves in the exams, any exam that they take up in the future. Anything? All right. Shall we have you? Okay. So the team is going to be here. We are going to reach out to you. We are going to continue talking to you. We are going to be in the city again. We are here. We have our offices here. So any day works for us. 3 to 6 December is something that we have specifically planned to come over. So any day works with us. So do give us a slot, and we would love to come and explain and take the insights from you as well, because Chennai as such has been a place which has produced top results academically. And we really look forward to working with you at your school and in collaboration with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anurag. Thank you for taking the audience through the Q&I story. Well, now we have a short networking break. This is an excellent opportunity to connect with fellow attendees, share ideas, and build new relationships. We will reconvene in 15 to 20 minutes. There are some refreshments right outside in the pre-function area. Please do have them. We'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes. This is a short networking break. A small announcement. As you all know, this entire event is being live streamed. Do share the link with your friends and family so they can watch you live. And there is a desk right outside. Please let us know when would be a good time to connect with you all. We look forward to doing so. Thank you. We'll convene in 15, 20 minutes.
விஷயத்தை கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்ட் உடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங். Q&I அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியா என்ற முடிவை எடுப்பதிலும் இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. இந்த டாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸின் அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்க முடியும். Q&I எந்த விஷயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அதை பற்றி ஆழமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் ஆப்ஷனும் இதில் கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பிட்ட முக்கியமான விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் கிளிக் செய்தால் அது உங்களை இந்த பக்கத்திற்கு கொண்டு வரும். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்ட் உடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங். Q&I அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியா என்ற முடிவை எடுப்பதிலும் இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. இந்த டாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸின் அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்க முடியும். Q&Iல் எந்த விஷயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அதை பற்றி ஆழமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் ஆப்ஷனும் இதில் கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பிட்ட முக்கியமான விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் கிளிக் செய்தால் அது உங்களை இந்த பக்கத்திற்கு கொண்டு வரும். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல, 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்டுடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங். Q&I அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியா என்ற முடிவை எடுப்பதிலும் இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. இந்த டாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸின் அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்க முடியும். Q&Iல் எந்த விஷயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அதை பற்றி ஆழமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் ஆப்ஷனும் இதில் கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பிட்ட முக்கியமான விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் கிளிக் செய்தால் அது உங்களை இந்த பக்கத்திற்கு கொண்டு வரும். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல, 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்டுடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங். Q&I அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியா என்ற முடிவை எடுப்பதிலும் இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. இந்த டாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸின் அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்க முடியும். Q&Iல் எந்த விஷயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அதை பற்றி ஆழமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் ஆப்ஷனும் இதில் கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பிட்ட முக்கியமான விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் கிளிக் செய்தால் அது உங்களை இந்த பக்கத்திற்கு கொண்டு வரும். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல, 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்ட் உடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங். Q&I அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியா என்ற முடிவை எடுப்பதிலும் இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. இந்த டாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸின் அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்க முடியும். Q&Iல் எந்த விஷயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அதை பற்றி ஆழமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் ஆப்ஷனும் இதில் கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பிட்ட முக்கியமான விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் கிளிக் செய்தால் அது உங்களை இந்த பக்கத்திற்கு கொண்டு வரும். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல, 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்ட் உடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங். Q&I அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸின் அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்க முடியும். Q&Iல் எந்த விஷயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அதை பற்றி ஆழமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் ஆப்ஷனும் இதில் கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பிட்ட முக்கியமான விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் கிளிக் செய்தால் அது உங்களை இந்த பக்கத்திற்கு கொண்டு வரும். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல, 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்ட் உடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங். Q&I அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியா என்ற முடிவை எடுப்பதிலும் இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. இந்த டாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸின் அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்க முடியும். Q&Iல் எந்த விஷயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அதை பற்றி ஆழமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் ஆப்ஷனும் இதில் கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பிட்ட முக்கியமான விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் கிளிக் செய்தால் அது உங்களை இந்த பக்கத்திற்கு கொண்டு வரும். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல, 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்ட் உடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங். Q&Iன் அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியா என்ற முடிவை எடுப்பதிலும் இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. இந்த டாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மற்ற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸின் அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்க்க முடியும். Q&Iல் எந்த விஷயங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அதை பற்றி ஆழமாக தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் ஆப்ஷனும் இதில் கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பிட்ட முக்கியமான விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் கிளிக் செய்தால் அது உங்களை இந்த பக்கத்திற்கு கொண்டு வரும். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ளும் முறையை அனலைஸ் செய்து தங்களுக்கு உதவுகிற ஒரே தளம் என்றால் அது Q&I மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் ஒன்றல்ல, 4 வெவ்வேறு அளவுகளில். அவை கான்செப்ட் உடைய விவரங்கள், கேள்விகளை புரிந்து கொள்ளுதல், கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தகவலை பயன்படுத்துதல், காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் உடைய சரியான மதிப்பீடு. நீங்கள் உங்களது பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை டாபிக் லெவல்களிலும் செக் செய்யலாம். அனைத்து சாப்டர்களையும் பார்க்க எக்ஸ்பாண்டை கிளிக் செய்திடவும் மற்றும் ஓபன் டாபிக்ஸை கிளிக் செய்து டாபிக் லெவலில் விவரங்களை பெற்றிட முடியும். இவை அனைத்தும் Q&I பற்றிய விவரங்களாகும். எங்களுடைய யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் லெட் லேர்னிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை பற்றிய இந்த தகவல் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருந்திருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். இனி உங்களை எங்களது பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் சந்திக்கிறோம். அதுவரையில் ஹாப்பி லேர்னிங். Q&I இன் அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் செக்ஷனிற்கு உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம். நீங்கள் காம்படிட்டிவ் எக்ஸாமிற்கு தயாராகும் பொழுது தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸின் இன்டெப்த் பிக்சரை தெரிந்து கொள்ள நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு தயாராக இருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை நெருக்கமாக கவனிக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம். எங்களது யூனிக் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் மூலமாக இதை நீங்கள் சுலபமாக செய்திட முடியும். ஏனெனில் இங்கு உங்கள் பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை அனலைஸ் செய்திட இதுவரை நீங்கள் பார்த்திடாத டூல்ஸ் கிடைக்கிறது. இந்த பட்டனை கிளிக் செய்து நாம் துவங்குவோம். இவ்வாறு செய்வதன் மூலம் நீங்கள் இந்த ஸ்கிரீனிற்கு வருவீர்கள். இங்கு ப்ராக்ரஸ் செக்ஷனில் முந்தைய டெஸ்டோடு ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தால் உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த டிராப் டவுனில் இருந்து பிராக்டிஸ் டெஸ்ட், மாக் டெஸ்ட், டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ் மற்றும் முந்தைய வருடங்களின் பேப்பர்ஸில் கூட உங்களது முன்னேற்றத்தை சரிபார்க்க முடியும். இங்கு சப்ஜெக்ட் வாரியாக தங்களுடைய ஓவரால் திறனை செக் செய்திடலாம். பதில் தெரியாத கேள்விகளுக்கு எவ்வளவு நேரத்தை வீணாக்கினீர்கள் என்பதையும் பார்த்திடலாம். இந்த செக்ஷனில் உங்களுடைய சரியான மற்றும் தவறான பதில்களுக்கு சராசரியாக நீங்கள் எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். இந்த கிராஃப் மூலமாக எந்த கேள்விகளில் நீங்கள் தவறு செய்யக்கூடும் என்பதை தெரிந்து கொண்டு அதை விட்டுவிட்டு நீங்கள் முன்னேறி செல்வது சரியா என்ற முடிவை எடுப்பதிலும் இது உதவியாக இருக்கிறது. இந்த டாப்ஸில் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய வீக்லி மற்றும் மந்த்லி விவரங்களையும் செக் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியால் சென்ற வாரம் நீங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு கேள்விக்கும் சராசரியாக எவ்வளவு நேரம் செலவழித்தீர்கள் என்பதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டேட்டாவின் உதவியோடு எக்ஸாம் சினாரியோவில் உங்களுடைய நேரத்தை சரியாக பயன்படுத்த முடியுமா இல்லையா என்பதை நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியும். நீங்கள் எத்தனை கேள்விகளுக்கு சரியான பதிலை அளித்துள்ளீர்கள் மற்றும் எத்தனை தவறான பதில்களை தந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்பதை இங்கு பார்க்கலாம். இந்த டாப்ஸின் உதவியால் நீங்கள் வீக்லி அல்லது மந்த்லி ஓவர்வியூவை பெற்றிட முடியும். இந்த கிராஃபின் உதவியோடு தங்களுடைய அக்யூரசி பெர்சன்டேஜை Q&I பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய
Team, requesting you all to kindly request all the members that are outside to kindly join us back in. We are about to start. चेक कर ले तो अरे कौन सा गाइड है? LED गाइड नॉट हियर. Team, a quick check. Please ensure there's nobody outside. Please request them to come back in. We're about to start. Welcome back. I hope that break was refreshing. Before we move on to the next panel discussion, may I please take this opportunity to welcome our special guest, Mr. V. Muthukumar, for gracing us with his presence. Sir, thank you for joining us. Mr. V. Muthukumar is an accomplished MCA graduate. He currently serves as the Vice President of the Tamil Nadu State Parent Teachers Association. In his role, he has been instrumental in bridging the critical gap between parents and educators, emphasizing the indispensable role of parental involvement in shaping a child's educational journey. But his remarkable contributions don't stop there. He's also been a driving force behind Global 360 Educare, where he focuses on addressing students' core needs and enhancing their productivity and growth through innovative strategies and personalized solutions. Mr. Muthukumar's passion for education and his relentless efforts ensure that every student receives the best opportunities, and his dedication is nothing short of inspiring. Let us all join with a resounding applause to welcome our dedicated leader, Mr. Muthukumar. So thank you for gracing the event with your presence. May I request our Executive Director and CEO to kindly present Mr. Muthukumar with a small token of our appreciation for joining us today. Sir, may I request you to join us on the stage, and Mr. Muthukumar to kindly join us on the stage.
Share something. Long back, I had the opportunity of being in my Chennai office many years ago, and it was a special day. It is, if I can pronounce it correctly, otherwise forgive me, it is called Ayudha Puja. Ayudha Puja, right? My colleague here, she made me do all kinds of rituals and stuff. And what I'm trying to appreciate is the kind of garland you had on that day, you know? You don't get that in Delhi ever. It's not even 10% of what you have in Delhi. It's a big deal. And you do it so very beautiful. You're blessed. So thank you very much for joining me to welcome my guest here. And I would like to request you to say a few words. Please.
Yeah, warm good evening to all of you. And I'm happy to be here this wonderful evening. I thank CEO, Mr. Vinay Singh, for giving me this wonderful opportunity today to be here. And I also invite our Q&I team who are all present here, and especially Sugandhi Madam. For past 1 month, she's roaming here and there to bring this event to grand success. And we are happy to have this Q&A for Tamil Nadu. And most probably, I just had a few words with sir, that what is the real product they are going to deliver to our schools, especially to our students. And he was explaining me in such a way that each and every thing he is being delivering, it is very much impressive, because we didn't have such a product in Tamil Nadu till now. And most important, it is, what is the thing is, it is not so, what I can say, cost effective, I think, I can say that thing, because even the government school students they can also do this, take this product, and they can learn, and they can also prove that themselves. But usually, for this NEET and JEE, what we have from our side, from government of Tamil Nadu, we have government students. The main lacking is the coaching centers. because we know they charge between 1 lakh and above, something like that. So only those who can afford, they can go and study and come. But I thank our sir, amazing sir, that this product will surely reach our government school students also. That is the main thing I am happy to say about here. They can also learn this, and they can also become successful through this NEET and JEE. And also, when I am entering this the hall, I heard that one of the student has scored more than 99 points, something like that. That's a government school student, and I am also very much happy to hear that. And in our Tamil Nadu, our Chief Minister has brought many schemes for the education system, especially for the school education system. And our Education Minister, Honorable Education Minister, Mr. Thiru Anbil Magesh Poyyamari, he is running here and there day and night to bring out all these schemes which has been introduced by the Honorable CM. And to your thing, I also can tell you that we have introduced more than 63 schemes in Tamil Nadu for the school education, especially for the government school students. Out of the 63 schemes, the most core scheme is the morning breakfast scheme. The morning breakfast scheme, how it has been introduced, I can tell you in a few lines. Because one CM has gone to one government school and he has been interacting with a student. And it seems he is feeling very drowsy and dull. And he's asking why he has, no, I didn't have breakfast in the morning because my parent has gone out. They are gone for labor work, so I am not able to take my food. So I came in the morning itself. Only in the lunch I am going to have food in the school. That also we are providing noon in school. So immediately, the same day night, he went into the secretariat. He discussed with all our chief secretaries and everything. We have to do something for these students who are not able to take the morning food. So immediately, within a week, they framed what can be done. Immediately, they did gone for this morning breakfast scheme, which is the pride of our Tamil Nadu now. Other states are just learning from this. And now, apart from this one scheme, what I am telling, but each and out of the 63 schemes, this is one among the schemes, and other schemes also is that. Tamil Pudhuvan Tittam, Pudhumi Pen Tittam, these are two schemes for girl students and boy students. Girl students is Pudhumi Pen Tittam, boy student is Tamil Pudhuvan Tittam. What is this? The student who is going to study in the government school through the till 12th and then going out, each and every month he will be given 1,000 rupees for his higher studies. This is the main thing now, because after the school studies, since they don't have any other financial background or help from anyone, they're just dropping out. They are not going to the higher studies. So to help them out, this scheme has been introduced. And also they are not going to depend upon any guardians or even their parents. They don't need to depend on even their parents. So now they are having that 1,000 rupees. They can buy books, they can buy their own, because whatever thing they need, they can get from the scholarship they are getting from the government schools. So these three schemes is the icon of our government now in the government schools. Morning breakfast scheme, Tamil Pudhuvan Tittam, and Pudhumi Pen Tittam. So these are, I can say this, what is the thing I want to deliver here is, the government schools, not only government, Tamil Nadu government, for the school education department alone, we are having 33 departments in our government, but only 46,000 crores has been spent for the school education department, and this is the highest amount spent for the, apart from other 33 departments. Just we want to know that how much we are spending for the school education. That is the most important now. We are having health department, we are having civil supplies, we are having EB department, whatever, many departments. But 46,000 are going to spend for the schools. What is the surprise is, in other departments we will be getting revenue also, tax paying. But this department, we are not going to get even a single penny of revenue. Whatever the 46 is going to the students, welfare of the students, for the future generations. So that is the thing we are going to study and everything. And these 63 schemes also, now we are being developing day by day. Our Education Minister, Honorable Education Minister Anbil Magesh Poyyamari, and I want to add few lines. And myself and Anbil Magesh both studied in same college. We are both classmates and same bench. We studied in your college. I know him from childhood. I know how active he is, how serious, and he is very hyperactive, not even active. So he will be running day and night. What are the things we want to deliver to the students, he will run directly. He will not depend on anyone. So like this, we are having a very good CM, we have a very good education minister, and also we have very good directors, we have officials and teachers, whatever things. And in comparing to the schools, we are having more than 56,000 schools we are having in Tamil Nadu. Apart from this, 40,000 is government schools and 15,000 is private schools. Just I said to the sir, out of the 15,000 private schools, we are having CBSE around 1,800 schools. And other IB, ICSE, Cambridge, they are sharing about 400 schools. And matriculation, we are having around 5,000 schools. And nursing primary, we are having around 7,000 schools. And play schools are nearly 3,000 to 4,000. This is the school list we are having in Tamil Nadu. So we can also segregate the students also. How much it is? We are having 1,27 lakh students in Tamil Nadu. So this is a system we are going on in Tamil Nadu, and we are having all type of systems, and we have now we are being with the high-tech lab. The technology has been introduced day by day. What all the technology has been introduced to the private schools also. Same thing we are going apart with the government schools. So now what I want to say is, now we are giving each and every high and high school schools high-tech labs. We have spent more on 2,000 crores nearly in this 1 to 2 years for this. So we have around 6,000 schools has been already high-tech labs. Now for elementary schools and middle schools, we have provided smart boards, flat panel. And that also nearly 34,000 flat panels has been provided in this last 6 months. So what I want to tell you, the technology is being improved. So our Q&I, I can say you that once we will have a meeting with our education minister, and soon we will be taking to the next stage also. So these things we can actually collaborate with our government also, so that our government school students also can learn from this. They are having the technologies, they have internet also in all schools. So in such a way, now we are invited some schools from our Chennai regions also. I think next we will be planning with the other schools. I give you some lists who also will be having this. So near future, we'll have a joint session with everyone, so that we'll take this product, because it is affordable to the all type of students. That is the main thing I am happy to say about. Again, I want to repeat this. So once again, I want to thank our sir for having this wonderful product to us. And more, we also need your supports. How can we take it to the next level? And also to all our school, those who are present here. Because many chairmen and correspondents from various schools have been here. Because I think in a very short period we have invited them. Also, they have come. But next meeting, I think more numbers will be reaching, because now they are coming and asking. We need another session also. And then, so on January month, we'll having another session, so that when we can, okay.
And share it with more of you, have you all back again. Maybe we'll have another couple of rounds of the panel discussion. We'll share insights, we'll share, we'll love to learn from you, whatever way we can align ourselves to be able to bring education to the children who need it the most through you. So that's all right. That's our endeavor. I just wanted to tell you that I already had the honor of meeting the Honorable Educational Minister, Government of Tamil Nadu, to present and share things that we could do together as a company and as a government. At our level, we're also working with at least about 7 more state education ministries and departments. A little bit towards the northeast, because we thought they also need a little bit of an attention. So that's our humble beginning on that area. Because you have kind of motivated me to share a few more things, which is not in the agenda. I was never intended to share this with you, but we are working on a nationwide scholarship program as a company, and whatever little we can bring in on the table is about ₹1 lakh per school as our contribution from our side. So that is 4 meritorious students nominated from a little challenged section of the society. We would like to give them the scholarship and pay ourselves for their full education of class 11 and 12, maybe 8, 9, and this is our contribution going to be for the society. So apart from the business itself, I mean, we take pride in sharing this little thought that, of course, we have to run a business. We have to make a little bit of money. Otherwise, my investors will not allow me to invest in it. But there's always a purpose behind it. And the purpose is to take this platform to every single child in the country at the least possible cost, to the extent of just about 1,000 rupees per month. Or maybe even less. It all depends on the volume. Need your support. I do understand that all of you are leading type 3 run schools where parents are able to afford, which is excellent, which is fantastic. But with your support, if we succeed with you, that will help us reach the children who are not as privileged as other students that you are teaching right now. So we need this collective support to be able to reach out to the grassroots level of the students. If we are able to kind of, support the cause behind it, if we are able to get to a level where we are able to invest and reinvest in the business that we are trying to run here, we'll be able to provide it to every single child in the country. That's exactly what we're looking forward to. So please do support us. We look forward to doing it together. Whatever has prompted me to see, I'm running a business which is 100% export. I never did anything in the country. Like we are providing technology and content services to scientific, technical, and medical and educational publishers across the globe, both in North America and Europe. So I did not really have an opportunity to do anything for the country and within the country. Although we operate from the free zones in some of the cities here, Chennai, Noida, Gangtok, in Sikkim, Mauritius, we do French from there, and a little company I run in New York to provide services to the North American publishers. This is the first time that we thought of investing for children within the country. And it is a purpose-driven investment. Right? If we have to make money, I already made money from the dollars and whatever else I get paid for it. Right? Even if I don't do much, the dollar appreciation itself gives me a lot of profit. I'm not talking in the mind, I don't want anybody else to get this. Maybe my boss and the chairman will tell me what else are you running the company for. But trust me, I'm an employee of the company. I have no vested interest in the company whatsoever. I've worked in the company for 35 long years, my first job. I joined this company as a trainee. So towards the back end of my career, I really would like to give it back to the society. Of course, through the company and through you. So I really need that support. And we are extremely transparent company. If I make 10 rupees, we throw it back into the company. There are no dividends. And that's my decision. And nobody still throws me out. So this is something that we have as a differentiator as a company. So this is where we are. Sorry, this was not part of my agenda. Nobody told me to say all these things. You prompted me to say this, and why not? I mean, I won't probably get an opportunity soon again to connect with you and tell you a few things here. So I just made the best out of the time I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I also am a Tamil Nadu State Parent Teacher Vice President, and of course the President is our Honorable Minister, and I'm bridging between the parents and teachers in the state. So whatever private schools are coming, whatever any queries or any other issues you are having, you can always free to contact me at any time. And thank you once again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. A heartfelt appreciation for joining us. And thank you, Mr. Singh, for sharing your thoughts. Well, now let's move on to the next panel discussion. And I'm thrilled to introduce the topic to you all. The topic is leveraging the power of technology, transforming teaching and learning experiences. Education is at a pivotal point of transformation, with technology playing a central role in reshaping how students learn and how teachers teach. Over the past decade, we've seen tools and platforms emerge that were once thought to be part of a distant future, and they are now an integral part of classrooms worldwide. You see, the way technology moves, it's not linear progression. It's not 1 to 2, 2 to 3. It's 2 to 4 to 8 to 48 in within no time. It's exponential growth. And now this session is an opportunity to delve into the profound ways technology is influencing education and how can we make the best use of it. How do we ensure it complements our learning and teaching efforts? To explore these ideas, I'm joined by a panel of exceptional thought leaders and practitioners who will bring valuable insights and experiences to the table. So before I invite them to the stage, I want to thank them for being a part of the panel discussion and sharing their thoughts. Thank you, team. Thank you for arranging that. Well, may I now invite our panelists for the second panel discussion. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Lata, Vice Principal, Daya Sadan Agarwal Vidyalaya. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Our second panelist is Ms. Gayatri Ramalingam, Principal, Velamal Vidyalaya. Welcome, ma'am. The next panelist is Dr. Madhumita Kidari, Dean, Bhakt Vatsalam Vidyashram. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. We also have Ms. S. Jayalakshmi, Principal, Sri Narayan Mission Senior Secondary School. Welcome, ma'am. May I also invite Ms. Neha Agi to join us for this panel discussion as well. Well, as you all have figured out, technology remains at the heart of Q&I's everything. And this particular topic is also very close to us. So without much further ado, let's dive into the discussion. The first question that I have for Lata ma'am is, how has technology transformed teaching and learning experiences in the recent years, and where do you think it is heading? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Before I begin with, I would like to thank the Q&I Today team for giving us a warm welcome note with a broad smile in the faces of each and every individuals. It was a pleasing note for each one of us. And I also thank my principal, since she had been to Coimbatore for a different session. So that's the reason I've got an opportunity to represent her. So I thank my principal as well. And I thank all the educators for being present for this session. Namaste, one and all. And a wonderful question. May I know your sweet name, please? Shreya. Having a broad smile, she gives us a welcome note to become more confident. And coming to the question, revolving around the technology, earlier we had lots of discussions, lots of insights from different leaders. So coming to the point that technology has given a lots of transformation in teaching and learning in the classroom. Of course it is. Being a teacher, the teacher learns a lot through technology. Not only the learners in the classroom, even the teacher has learned a lot and is learning a lot. There was one point being highlighted by Dinesh sir. He was just touching upon the point stating, the teacher kindles a curiosity among the children to learn, to explore. Of course, the curiosity, if the curiosity is built among the students in the classroom, definitely students will commit themselves in learning. First of all, if the child knows, why am I learning this subject? What is the purpose of learning this concept? How is it going to help me in my near future? If the child knows the purpose of learning, the purpose of being in the school, the purpose of being in the classroom, if the teacher is going to connect the topic, the skill or the concept, whatever subject the teacher handles, definitely the child is going to fall online. So the destination may be the NEET or JEE or the doctor, the engineer, whatever, which is the goal or the destination, whatever term we name it. So the NEET and the JEE competitive examinations are conducted just to check whether the child deserves for so-and-so areas. So am I interested? Is the child interested in so-and-so areas? So finding out the talent among the child, this personalized learning will help the teacher to find out in which area the child is good at, in which area the child is weak at. So the weaker areas may be strengthened through visualized learning. Visual-based learning, this technology supports a lot. So the transformation, when we look into the transformation which has brought among the children to trace out the weaker areas and the stronger areas. To strengthen the weaker areas, definitely the technology will support the child, will support the teacher as well to guide the children. And specifically when we look into the teaching of higher grade students, the concepts where the child struggles, the child, how many other times the teacher explains in the class, the child is not that comfortable with the individual or the teacher, the specified teacher, or the way the teacher uses a language to deliver. The child goes back, looks into the videos, and several times the child looks into the videos, the child gets clarity. So definitely this technology has brought lots of transformation in the classroom teaching learning experiences. Thank you once again for this opportunity.
Thank you for sharing your insights, ma'am. And it is evident that technology has already made an indelible mark on education, and it will continue to do so. The next question is, what were some of the examples of technology-driven learning experiences that enhance student understanding? We've been talking about how we can identify their strengths and weaknesses to maybe understand what they lack or what they need support in, but how do we leverage the same technology to enhance student understanding? And this question is for Gayatri ma'am. May I please request your thoughts?
Good evening to one and all. The question actually is a very critical question, but one or the other time in our lives, we would have definitely answered to those questions. For example, in panel 1, we had a panelist talking about balancing the extracurricular activity and academics at one point of time. So being a decade at Velamal, I have been seeing children balancing sports or any extracurricular activities with academics was only with the help of AI and powered tools. For example, let us say, we all know about Mr. Pragyananda. So he was actually a very good student, but somehow he needs some space to balance his academics and his chess. So that was only due to AI and powered tools. So he might be in some country playing for the nation, but he has to cope up with his academics, wherein we were trying to build the same balance only with the help of AI. So coming to the next point is, as ma'am asked, we have to give confidence to the children. So whenever the children start using AI, example ChatGPT or Meta or Google, whatever it is, so they have to have a strong communication across. So even if they, as sir said, even if you want to check for the answer, you'll have to type the question correctly. So it involves a lot of communication skill. So when a lot of communication skill is involved, automatically his confidence is built in a forum like this. So I don't know how many of our children will be able to stand in front of a forum like this and speak confidently. So that confidence and that curiosity, as sir said, so one question he finds, and he's very comfortable, as ma'am said, and he starts searching the other questions. So it goes on and on and on. It's like a non-stop event, like how he plays. So when you give a worksheet to the child, maybe one point of time he's stuck. But immediately he gets an idea only to search through ChatGPT or Meta or whatever it is. So enhancing the child individually for academics and to balance his co-curricular. And nowadays, only academics alone will not contribute to the development of life or to reach a certain destination. We need something extra. So that extra is what we'll have to contribute through AI is what I feel. And thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You made some excellent points. And if we use technology creatively, we can truly make learning more meaningful and engaging for our students. Which brings me to my next question. And if I may request Ms. Neha's thoughts on it. How can technology support differentiated instruction in classrooms? We've understood that it helps us identify diverse learning needs, but what do we do about it? How do we ensure that while we are teaching, we are able to implement it? Over to you, Neha. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreya, for this question. So the answer is little technical. When it comes to instructions, we teachers design our lessons based on learning objectives. We have national curriculum framework, we have all the set guidelines, okay, this is what need to be taught in the class. So those are learning objectives. And how do we measure the outcome? What is the success metric? That is the learning outcome. Now the journey between learning objective and learning outcome is something very deep. 40 or 50 students sitting in a class with all different learning styles, all different learning needs are taught with one objective. How we can do that? So if we just look at one learning objective and divide it into certain knowledge clusters, those give me the granulated learning targets. Now knowledge clusters, when further divided into basic atomic learning points, those are called knowledge points. So learning objectives divided into knowledge clusters with a scientific method. Knowledge clusters divided into knowledge points, again with the scientific method. On an average, a student from grade 6 to grade 10 is exposed to 30,000 plus knowledge points in one subject. Is it humanly possible to do that? So technology comes into picture. That is where we bring in scientific processes. We divide knowledge clusters into knowledge points. We train the machines. And we teach machine to bring in that differentiating factor. So now how knowledge points will cater to the differentiated learning needs. There comes the skills. So one knowledge point, if we can take an example of sum of n terms of an AP. Now, there are 4 major learning styles. A child will learn from, say, pattern recognition. Another will learn from visual perception. Another child will just go for procedural fluency. And another child will understand that with strategy and all that strategic competence. So one knowledge point combined with 4 skills become 4 subject-specific skills. Now, if we design questions on 4 specific skills and expose our children on those 4 questions, whichever learning style the system will recognize, the child will be given that question. So as a visual learner, I'll receive the question based on visual perception. As my skill is in pattern recognition, I'll receive a question based on pattern recognition. We all four are different learning styles, but our objective is same. So we start with objective and we end with outcome, but with different routes, different learn journeys. That is where the technology can come into picture and help our learners to understand all the knowledge points, to understand all the learning outcomes, and we get measurable learning outcomes. Now it's high time for all of us to start speaking on outcomes than the objectives. So that is how we can teach the class with the same style as you are teaching, bring in more elements, but when it comes to practice, when it comes to after lesson measurement, assessment, expose children to the questions that match well with their learning styles. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. Some truly actionable insights. This almost makes me feel a little jealous. I wish I was born at a time right now so that I could go back to school and learn this way. I mean, someone once said the best time to be alive is right now, and I couldn't agree anymore. Technology is truly powerful and magical. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. With that, let's understand educators, teachers remain at the center along with students of learning. If I may ask Jayalakshmi ma'am, ma'am, what do you think are some of the barriers that teachers, educators face while implementing technology in their classrooms? And most importantly, how can they overcome it? Over to you, ma'am.
Pleasant evening to one and all present here. I think this is the most important question because we talk about a lot of things, but it ultimately boils down to the teachers who take it into the class with the children. So whatever we talk, we decide, everything, finally it is only the teacher who has to implement it. So I think it is our utmost duty to find out what are the challenges the teachers are facing right now. So as a teacher, see, all of us have been teacher and then only we have come to this level. So all of us know, as teachers, they have so many things on their table. So it is the time management. So many pressures, so many stresses they have. It is completion of portions are there, even so many events we conduct, so many competitions we are conducting. So there are a lot of things for them and they are really stressed, and adding to it you say that you use this technology also in the class. They are lost. They don't know really what to do, where to start, where to go ahead, and how to go about it. So I think that is where we all play a very important role in mentoring them, in telling them how this could be integrated along with their subject, and also how easy it is. As ma'am was talking about purpose for the students, I think purpose for the teachers is also very important. I think initially we have to teach them the purpose of why we are bringing in technology that is going to make their life even more easier than the students first. It is the teachers. Unless until teachers are really comfortable to use it, I don't think they can ever even take it to the students. So that is the first thing, time management. I think that is where our teachers are really lost. I'm not saying everybody, at least most of them, because there are too many things for them to carry out in front of them. So I think that is where, as leaders, we all play a very vital role in guiding them, making them feel comfortable and making them understand the purpose of this technology. And I think once they understand what it is, it will become easier for all of us, for the management on one side, for the parents on the other side, and for the students on the other side. I think we have to first analyze the real difficulty or the challenges that a teacher is facing from the teacher's point of view. And I think once that is sorted out, everything will fall in place. So, and one more thing is, again, the training and the workshops that we give for teachers. Again, as we talk about students, each teacher is different and their understanding level of technology is also different. We just conduct a workshop catering to everybody at the same time. I think we need to segregate the teachers also depending upon their understanding of the technology, and accordingly, if we have a workshop catering to their needs, I think we'll all be successful in implementing technology in our schools. Thank you one and all for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. You raised some very important points. And thank you for sharing your thoughts. You see, technology plays such an important role in building a relationship between a student and a teacher. History has taught us that one of the most important traits or characteristics that has made us successful is collaboration. And technology allows us to do that and makes it even more important for us to do that. We talk about hand-holding students. I think our educators need it too. And that is all the support they need, and which will make a huge difference. Thank you for raising those points. With that, I have a last question for Madhumita ma'am. Dr. Madhumita, if I may ask you, how can we ensure that technology enhances rather than replaces the essential human aspects of teaching? We believe that technology will only complement our current efforts. And what are your thoughts on it? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I think the final question is a very pertinent question. Is it going to complement, or how exactly are we going to use it? I think it boils down to what do we want from this kind of a tech enabling. I think a lot of points have been raised, and in quick summary, differentiated learning, immersive learning, engaged content, students feeling happy about their classroom activities, us covering a whole range of things in a classroom in 40 minutes. I think we've spoken a great deal about what are the positives from this exercise, right, in bringing technology into our classrooms. And I think we've also understood the challenges of bringing in something into the classroom. So when we bring in something like this into the classroom, we effectively do not want to replace the teacher. We want it to complement the teacher. We want to free up the teacher, and that should be the exercise that we are after. So in that, I think at present there are quite a few gaps that we will need to look at. So if we are just going to have it as another tool into the classroom practice, then definitely it's going to result in a lot of overtaxed teachers, overburdened teachers who are not sure how to use it. And if they're not sure how to effectively use it, there isn't going to be an effective outcome for the student as well. We might have brought it into the classroom, but do we have an outcome from that? That will become questionable. So how exactly we integrate it, and what are the gaps that we'd like to fill using it will address whether it's complementing or not. At present, we would like our teachers to be freed up so they can teach. The effectiveness of a lesson's communication comes from the teacher. The content comes from tech at present. So that's a gap that we'll definitely need to look at. The competency building for a particular subject versus critical thinking skills built over a lifetime. I think, again, that is a place where we are not really having tech come in for us yet. We are still relying on the breadth of life experiences that our teachers bring into the classroom, so they can make that tech content relevant to our students. So when they make it relevant, when they make it a larger picture for the student to see, then I think we move from competency for that particular subject to critical thinking skills or to looking at a bigger picture. That enabling has to come in from the teacher or the facilitator for us to maximize what this can typically do for us, right? One another problem I have with current tech is it's really geared towards the tech subjects. And we know, as people in higher education also, that we are moving towards a space where there is liberal education, both in science and arts, and that's what is catering to the world's industry or to the labor space today, is for us to embrace a liberal arts and science segment. So there, I do feel that tech is still in a drawback space. We are looking more towards STEM subjects are very high with their tech capabilities, but we need to expand that role. We need to bring it into the social studies segments. We need to bring it into the other aspects of learning. Only then we can look at the over-encompassing thing that we can do for our student. So those are certain spaces that if we are effectively able to bridge it, then we make that outcome a more long-lasting one for our student. For sure, I think tech is a more patient teacher, right? And how many times have we answered a question for the second or third time, and the fourth time, the way we answer it is very, very different. And I know honestly that goes for every one of us in the classroom. But your ChatGPT isn't that way. Any of your tech skills aren't that way. They are definitely more patient. So I think already that gap is getting filled, and those are the spaces that we need to use tech more. One another thing that comes to my mind is how we bring it in for specific scenarios or for specific cases, how we can utilize tech. Now, we've often talked about, even for teachers, it's not about what you said or did, it's about how you made them feel at the end of the day. Tech today, can it make the child feel something? That's where we need to plug the gap, right? A student who is doing certain questions again and again, catering to his way of learning, his style of learning, as Ms. Neha pointed out, that builds confidence for the child. That brings a happy network with that subject for the child. And that will allow that child to engage more aptly with that subject. So are we using it to build on the competencies or the skills for the child? We need to embrace tech in those areas. Right? So these are some places I feel if we've got it right, then definitely we've completely synergized our learning spaces with tech. Undoubtedly, many of the other positives I think we've discussed over the last hour and a half. We can't replace the teacher, but we can free up the teacher to do more facilitating, to do more teaching, to do the more of the social, emotional needs that are more critical for learning outcomes.
Very well pointed out, ma'am. And thank you for sharing that. I mean, it was truly insightful. Just think of it, what a powerful combination. Some of the best human capacities in the form of teachers and the best technology capacity in form of AI fused together. What can be truly more powerful than that? And technology enhances the role of educators, if I got that right. In fact, it frees us to be more empathic, focus our time more on doing what we do best, teaching, inspiring, being mentors to students. So like I say, I think it's a very powerful combination, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. With that, we come to the end of this very insightful panel discussion. Before we conclude, would audience like to weigh in, share any thoughts, ask questions? We can open the forum for that, or we can move on to the next segment. Does anybody have anything that they would like to add, share, or ask? So shall we move on? All right. So thank you so much to our esteemed panelists for taking on the time and sharing your thoughts. But before you leave the stage, may I please request our Senior Vice President of Operations, Ms. Dharmesh, to kindly come onto the stage and present a token of our appreciation to our panelists. We truly want to thank you for taking out the time, putting in the efforts, and sharing your thoughts. Ma'am, may I please request it? Thank you. Thank you, Lata ma'am. Thank you for joining us, Gayatri ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Madhumita. Thank you, Ms. Jayalakshmi. Thank you, Dharmesh ma'am, for doing the honors, and thank you to all our panelists. while the stage gets rearranged. Well, now it's time to move on to a very special segment for this evening. We move on to our awards felicitation. This moment is dedicated to honoring the individuals who have gone above and beyond in shaping the future of education. This moment is dedicated to honoring you all. Today we celebrate the educators, leaders, and change makers who continuously strive for excellence in their work. These awards are a testament to and vision for a brighter future in education. May I please invite Well, I've been reminded that we've forgotten one very crucial segment for this evening, and that is a group photo. So before we move on to awards, may I please request each one of you to come onto the stage so we can capture this special moment, and we want all of you all to join us for a group photograph. Please come on the stage. Thank you. Well, sure, sir, we'll do that. So we'll take the group photo right after the awards. So may I now please invite Mr. Muthu Kumar to kindly join us on stage and give away the awards, and our Senior Vice President Operations, Ms. Dharmesh Thakur, to join him as well. Well, please put your hands together for our first awardee of tonight, Dr. Bala Chandar, Senior Principal, Shri Dharamchand Jain School. Please join us on the stage, sir. Please put your hands together for Mr. Khalil Pandyan R, Head Skill Development, Vijay Group of Institutions. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. The next award goes to Mr. N.S. Dinesh, Director, Jayapriya Vidyalaya Group of Institutions. Please give a huge round of applause. May I now invite Ms. S. Catherine Rebecca Vanita, Principal, Pon Vidyashram Senior Secondary School. Congratulations, ma'am. Round of applause. Let's welcome Mr. Vijay B, Principal, Shamford Futuristic School. Congratulations, sir. hands together for Dr. S. Jayalakshmi, Principal, Sri Narayana Mission Senior Secondary School. The next award goes to Ms. Gayatri Ramalingam, Principal, Velamal Vidyalaya. Congratulations, ma'am. The next award goes to Ms. Lata B, Vice Principal, Daya Sadan Agarwal Vidyalaya. She's here on behalf of Ms. Sasikala Rajesh. Congratulations, ma'am. Please put your hands together for Dr. Madhumita Kedari, Dean, Bhakt Vatsalam Vidyashram. The next award, please put your hands together, goes to Mr. Aswin Raja, CEO, the Aegis Indian Global Academy. We have Mr. Murli Krishnan taking the award on his behalf. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations to all the awardees. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Ramesh ma'am, may I request you to stay back? For our next set of awardees, may I please invite Mr. Anurag Chandra, Head, Product and Business Operations, to kindly do the honors with Ramesh ma'am. Yes. And may I also invite the Q&I team to join us as we present the awards to the awardees. Come team, please join us on stage. Thank you for joining us. Well, let's award our next set of leaders. Please put your hands together for Ms. Bharti Kishore, Principal, Chhatrapati Shivaji DAV School. Congratulations, ma'am. Next award goes to Ms. Brinda, Principal, Wells Global School. Congratulations, ma'am. invite Ms. C. Vijay Lakshmi, Principal, Agarwal Vidyalaya and Junior College. Congratulations, ma'am. Please put your hands together for Ms. Chandrika Prasad, Principal, RMK Pathshala. Ma'am had to leave for an emergency. Is there someone who can take the award for ma'am? Please, ma'am, please come. Congratulations, ma'am. The next award goes to Ms. D. Jayanti, Principal, Jain Vidyashram Senior Secondary School. Congratulations, ma'am. Please put your hands together for Dr. K. D. Sabu, Principal, Padma Shri School. Congratulations, sir. The next award goes to Dr. Santi K, Principal, Shri Dharamchand Jain School. Congratulations, ma'am. Please put your hands together for Ms. Geeta Rama Subramanian, Principal, Valyamal Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Congratulations, ma'am. Please put your hands together for Mr. Julius Caesar, Principal, Nellai Nadal Matric Higher Secondary School. We have Mr. S. L. Jayashankar taking the award on his behalf. Congratulations, sir. The next award goes to Ms. Kalpana Priya, Principal, Marg Navajyoti Vidyalaya. Congratulations, ma'am. With a thundering applause, please welcome Ms. Kayal Vidi, Principal, Gateway International School, Nilankarai. Congratulations, ma'am. The next award goes to Ms. Neha Ashwin Singh, Principal, Maharishi Vidya Mandir Senior Secondary School. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee for this evening is Ms. Rotai S., Principal, Elite Public School. Congratulations, ma'am. Please put your hands together for Ms. S. Maya, Principal, Vedanta Academy. Congratulations, ma'am. Next award goes to Ms. S. Jnana Jyoti Paul, Principal, AA Public School. Congratulations, ma'am. Please put your hands together for Mr. T. Subramanian, Principal, Kola Perumal Chetty Vaishnav, Senior Secondary School. Congratulations, sir. Our last award for this evening. With a thundering applause, let's welcome Ms. Raga, Vice Principal, Gateway International School. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you, team. Thank you for doing the honors. Thank you, Anurag and Dhanesh, ma'am. A big congratulations to all the awardees. How about we do the group photograph now that everybody has their awards? May I please take the honor of inviting all the awardees tonight to join us on the stage, and let's take a group photograph. Please join us on the stage. Once again, may I please request all of you all to kindly join us on the stage. How about we resume the feedback form filling in 2 minutes? Please come up on the stage. Let's take a photograph together. We would love to hear your feedback. Let's pause it just for 2 minutes. Yes, please bring in your trophies. It would look lovely. Some can be on the ground and some can be on the stage.
Changing the background, this background is only change.
Dear school leaders, I'm going to request you all to kindly fill the feedback form. We do want you all to share your feedback with us.